Jharkhand on December 4th. Telangana CM Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deity sparks huge controversy. BJP hits back. One more arrest in Kerala. MLA Mamkutatil case. Digital creator Sijo Jose arrested for disclosing victim's identity. Imran Khan's big charge against Hassan Munir amid political turmoil in Pakistan calls him an international mujahideen out to please the West. Viewers, getting you big updates coming in on Republic TV. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken and said that the country's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, wanted to build the Babri Masjid using public funds. But Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel did not allow his plans to succeed. He also claimed that Nehru had suggested that funds collected by the common people for building a memorial for Patel after his death be utilised for constructing wells and roads. So big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And Rajnath Singh has made the statement. I just want to go ahead and play it out for your viewers.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे। वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे। वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
All right, the former ADMK leader O. Selvam arrives in Delhi, and reports suggest that he's to meet the high command in BJP before making his alliance announcement on 15. Now, in July, OPS left the alliance, saying that the BJP gave more preference to the ADMK party General Secretary Palaniswamy. But after he split from NDA, OPS stated that he will make his announcement on 15th of December. So big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. We see that the latest update is that O. Selvam has made a sudden Delhi visit, and he's just arrived in Delhi. Just arrived in Delhi, viewers. He is holding some meetings, and he has a big agenda ahead. He has a big agenda ahead in terms of what we can expect next. He's meeting BJP leaders, and this is sparking some fresh speculations about what we can expect next in the political scene in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Let's go ahead and tell our viewers what exactly is happening. What exactly is happening in the story? From what we understand so far, we see that a former AIADMK leader, Selvam, has arrived in Delhi, and OPS left the alliance, stating that BJP gave more preference to ADMK party General Secretary Palaniswamy after he split from the NDA. OPS stated that he will make the announcement on 15th of December. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us Sharda. Sharda, this is a surprise visit to Delhi of O. Selvam. But what is this visit all about? What can we expect next now?
Well, Shivangi, as you mentioned, this is a surprise visit from OPS to Delhi. Earlier, he had mentioned that on the December 15th, he'd be mentioning whose alliance he'd be joining, because back in August, he split from the NDA, stating that the BJP was giving more preference to Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and that the unification was the AIADMK is not happening. Now, his presence in the Delhi is to say whether he'd be meeting the BJP high command, especially the BJP leader JP Nadda, and also following that, if the talks do not go through well, our sources are saying that O. Selvam will be starting his own political party that would later be founding an alliance with Vijay's TVK, as Singotain, who is a close aide of O. Selvam, has already joined TVK. There are rumors that O. Selvam will also be joining the Vijay's factor with a new party in place as an alliance for the upcoming elections. However, this has not been confirmed by O. Selvam or his ministers, because earlier we also saw Manoj Pandyan, who is a very close aide of O. Selvam, join the DMK. So the question still looms if the 2026 election will have OPS as part of NDA or TVK with his own party, Shivangi.
That is right. Well, thank you, Sharma, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this story. Let's move ahead, viewers. Breaking news is coming in. It's day 3 of the winter session today, and the Indie bloc is also to hold a meeting around 10 minutes from now, 9:45. We'll begin that meeting just before The winter session kicks off around 11 a.m. So day 3 of winter session, Indy bloc to chair the meeting. We're trying to go across to our colleagues in a short while from now to get you. Okay, we have Rakshita with us. Rakshita, Indy bloc's huddle before the parliament session kicks off later.
Absolutely, around in 15 minutes from now, I think we understand that this meeting will begin. The Indy bloc will be holding floor leaders meeting also. This will take place at the Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber, and they will be talking out the strategy for proceedings on the floor of the House. Particularly the Lok Sabha, since now that there's a deadlock that has been broken, there's a breakthrough as far as SIR is concerned. The other issues that the Indy alliance is now looking to raise is of air pollution. What we understand is of labour laws and other such issues, because we do not know yet exactly what will be there, what will they be raising in the parliament as far as this entire week is concerned. But today we understand it could be air pollution and also the labour code, as we had just told our viewers a while back. The information on Manikam Tagore moving adjournment motion in Lok Sabha on recently passed labour law calling for immediate discussion. Meanwhile, the centre will be moving the Central Excise Amendment Bill in Lok Sabha, as the political logjam is halted as for now.
Yeah, well, Rakshita, also, it's very important for our viewers to understand about how Indy bloc is trying to come up with a joint strategy, because they keep pressing for the debate on the SIR, even though we see that the centre has given them some assurance that there will be a debate. However, there's no timeline for that yet.
Yes, the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju yesterday, after the all-party meeting that was called by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, had made it clear that it was a fruitful meeting, and there will be a special discussion on 150th anniversary of National Song Mande Matram, and around 9 to 10th of December there will be discussion on SIR. The discussion on SIR, of course, is what there has been the biggest demand from the opposition. And finally, we saw that there was some breakthrough. There have been adjournments after adjournments for 2 days. Now, day 3 should witness some, business happening. We have seen in the past the patterns of the opposition that disruption has been the modus operandi. Now, it remains to be seen what demands they raise for debate, and if both houses function smoothly.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. On Republic TV, we're getting some more updates coming in. It's a 1,000 crore Andhra liquor scam case. A Mumbai bullion dealer, shell companies and YSRCP links are under the SIT probe in this case. Let's go ahead and tell our viewers exactly what is happening in terms of the breaking news coming in. What we see, viewers, is a Mumbai-based bullion trader and his associates allegedly helped route at least 78 crores in bribe money from Andhra Pradesh distilleries through dozens and dozens of shell companies as part of the wider 1,000 crore liquor scam that took place during the previous YSRCP regime. Investigators have found this out. A local court in Andhra Pradesh has remanded accused Mumbai-based operator Anil Chokra to Special Investigation Team custody for 3 days, and investigators questioned him for around 6 hours on Monday. Let's go to Shaurya. Shaurya, take our viewers through latest coming in. SIT continuing this investigation. There's a YSRCP link under SIT probe.
So this 1,000 crore Andhra liquor scam has been going on over a long time, and the SIT is trying to investigate all the possible links, also all the possible money laundering that had taken place in the YSRCP regime, and all the associates, all the people, leaders, ministers related to the YSRCP cadre who are involved, who enjoyed the kickbacks while felicitating several tenders for the in the liquor scam. That's what that was the allegations. Where earlier even YSRCP leader Jagan Reddy was also recently let out on bail while he was arrested, and he's still was only on one condition, saying that he has to cooperate for the interrogation, and the bail was provided to him after almost over a month. He was kept in jail and for interrogation, while even Jagan Reddy is also has bear the allegations in this particular scam. So the latest update is the Mumbai billionaire dealer, who has also come into the picture, and the SIT has also taken him into custody, and they are trying to interrogate his connections to this particular big liquor scam.
Yes, that's right. Okay, we're getting some breaking updates coming in, and let's go straight across to the next set of breaking updates for our viewers. Andhra Pradesh IT Minister Nara Lokesh accused of former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Vyas Jagan Reddy of wasting public money through massive residential construction and extensive air travel bills during his tenure. Nara Lokesh accuses Jagan of misusing funds. Viewers, big update coming in on Republic TV. We'll try to go across to our colleague Ashwarya again on this. Yes, Ashwarya, take our viewers through the huge updates, because we see this accusation against the former Andhra Pradesh CM Vyas Jagan Reddy of wasting public money through massive residential construction.
So, this allegations have been put across YSRCP and well as the Chief Minister, the Chief Jagan Reddy, for a long time, where the Nara Lokesh has said that the public funds has been misused. Almost 5,000 crore was used on a palace, that is a Tadapalli Palace, which where Jagan Reddy resides in Andhra Pradesh. The palace, he said that the public funds are used in constructing this particular palace, that is almost 500, that is costing up to almost 500 crores, while almost 222 crores are being used for his air travels. These were funded by the public, but not on a personal level. This is what the Nara Lokesh has been accusing Jagan Reddy of. While the YSRCP also hit back, saying that no wonder that Nara Lokesh has learned the game of politics, learned the game of lying within a very short time of his political career. They are saying that the YSRCP also hit back, saying that it is absolute lies of what Nara Lokesh is alleging against him, and he's saying that this is absolutely false, and Nara Lokesh has also learned the game of politics, and he's also started lying, similar to his father, that is Chandrababu.
Yes, okay, thank you Ashwarya for getting us all those details. Let's move ahead, viewers. All right, viewers, next is Bharat in 2 minutes. We'll get to everything which is making the news right now. Getting more updates coming in Thiruvananthapuram, viewers. We see that it's all set to go ahead and welcome President Draupadi Murmu for an operational demonstration by the Indian Navy. The operational demo will highlight the Navy's strength and combat readiness, featuring 19 major warships and 32 aircraft, including fighter jets and surveillance aircraft. Prime Minister's office has been renamed as Sevati today. In a social media post, Union Home Minister Amit Shah mentioned that the names of Raj Bhavan and Raj Nivas are being changed to Lok Bhavan and Lok Nivas. He described this as an important milestone in nation's journey toward building a developed and superior India with service and good governance as key priorities. The Khurja Nagar police station in Bulandshahr had an encounter with 3 criminals near Chola Road during a vehicle check, and 2 were apprehended and injured. The 3 criminals had shot a youngster yesterday. 1 motorcycle, 2 illegal pistols, 2 empty cartridges and 2 live cartridges were recovered from the criminals. Air India says that check-in systems at all airports are functioning normally and its flights are operating as per schedule after a brief outage delayed flights across airports yesterday evening. The problem persisted for at least 45 minutes before getting addressed. Air India said in a post on X, a third-party system has been fully restored and checked in at all airports is functioning normally. All our flights are operating as per schedule. We thank our passengers for their understanding. A significant boost to India's self-reliance and defense. The DRDO, along with the ADA and the HAL, successfully completed a high-speed rocket-sled test of a fighter aircraft's escape system. With this, India entered the elite club of nations with advanced in-house escape system testing capability. Take a look at this report for more.
DRDO, along with ATA and HAL, successfully conducted a high-speed test of a fighter aircraft escape system validating a critical safety capability for combat pilots. The rocket-sled trial achieved a precisely controlled velocity of 800 km per hour at DRDO's rail track rocket sled facility in Chandigarh. The test validated three key elements of the emergency escape chain: canopy severance, ejection sequencing, and complete aircrew recovery. The successful test demonstrated that the system can function as designed under high-speed conditions. And it also placed India in an elite club of nations with advanced in-house escape system testing capability.
Viewers, getting some more breaking news coming in right now. The Congress has made some serious allegations against an MLA in Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. Viewers, back-to-back updates coming in. Breaking news. Here, the Congress party has made these allegations accusing the son, Kunal Gaikwad, of forcing the police to chase away a suspected bogus voter from a polling station. They say that the bogus voting is being carried out by bringing people from rural areas, which is a violation of democracy. In this regard, we have seen that acquisition has come in, and there is a case accused. The acquisition is of hooliganism. Viewers, so just putting on these fresh updates for you. Congress accuses made allegations against Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad and has accused his son Kunal Gaikwad of forcing the police to chase away a suspected bogus voter from a polling station. Viewers, Russian President Vladimir Putin will visit India on 4th and 5th December to meet Prime Minister Modi. One of the biggest outcomes of this visit will be the final approval of a new military agreement called the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement. This agreement will allow Indian warships and military aircraft to refuel, restock food and supplies, and carry out small repairs at Russian ports and air bases. Take a look.
Russian President Putin is scheduled to undertake an official state visit to India. This will mark the 23rd India-Russia annual visit, a mechanism established in 2000 that alternates between the two capitals and has continued almost uninterrupted even during periods of global tension. The most concrete deliverable expected from the visit is the final ratification of the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement, a pact first proposed in 2019 and initialed in 2021. Under its terms, Indian warships and military aircraft will receive facilitated access to Russian ports and airfields for refueling, replenishment, and minor repairs, while Russian forces will gain similar rights at select Indian facilities. The agreement is especially valuable for India in the Arctic, where Russia maintains an extensive network of bases along the Northern Sea route, and for Russia in the Indian Ocean, where India operates the largest number of forward logistics points among non-Western navies. Unlike the more intrusive Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement that India signed with the United States, RELOS is framed as a purely reciprocal arrangement without automatic basing rights or permanent foreign troop presence, which makes it politically easier to sell to the Indian Parliament and public. Beyond logistics, the two sides are expected to advance several major defense production programs that have been delayed by the Ukraine conflict and sanctions-related payment difficulties. India is seeking additional licensed production of the 11356 M-class guided missile frigates for its navy, with 2 ships already built in Russia and 4 more to be constructed at Goa shipyard with extensive Russian components. Progress is also anticipated on the joint manufacture of Ka-2260 light utility helicopters, where 60 units are to be assembled in India under the Make in India initiative, and on the long-pending acquisition of an additional batch of upgraded Mi-17V5 medium-lift helicopters. The BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, already in service with all the 3 Indian services and now being exported to countries such as the Philippines, is likely to see new orders for its extended range and air-launched variants. Nuclear energy cooperation, another traditional pillar, will move forward with the detailed project report for Units 5 and 6 of the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu, built with Russian VVER-1000 reactors. Perhaps most importantly, the visit will serve as a public demonstration that the India-Russia strategic partnership remains resilient despite the transformed global landscape. For Moscow, India represents one of the few major economies still willing to engage in large-scale defense and energy transactions without succumbing to secondary sanctions threats. For New Delhi, Russia remains a reliable supplier capable of transferring sensitive technologies that Western partners continue to withhold, and a crucial hedge against over-dependence on any single source of military equipment. The visit therefore underscores India's determination to preserve strategic autonomy in an increasingly polarized world, while allowing Russia to show that its diplomatic and economic isolation is far from complete. The timing of this visit is particularly significant because it takes place against the backdrop of Russia's ongoing military operation in Ukraine, now in its 4th year, and the sweeping Western sanctions that have isolated Moscow from most traditional supply chains and financial systems. Despite intense pressure from the United States and the European Union, India has refused to join the sanctions regime, continued to purchase discounted Russian crude oil in large volumes, and maintained defense cooperation at pre-2022 levels. This stance has allowed Russia to keep critical hard currency revenues flowing, while giving India access to military hardware and energy at prices lower than those available on the open market. The joint statement and the list of agreements signed during the visit will be closely passed in Western capitals, Beijing and other global centers of power, as an indicator of how far two of the world's largest nations are prepared to go in sustaining a relationship that has endured longer than most contemporary alliances.
A hay-loaded truck caught fire under mysterious circumstances in Pancheri, Udhampur, reducing the hay to ashes and heavily damaging the vehicle. Luckily, the driver and others on board escaped unhurt. Local residents and police quickly reached the scene, and an investigation is underway to determine the cause of that blaze. Take a look at this report as we get to the latest.
A terrible sight at the Pancheri road in Udhampur. A hay-loaded truck engulfed in towering flames, yet still rolling forward uncontrollably. The fire rages through the dry hay, turning the vehicle into a burning inferno. Locals watch in shock as the crackling fire consumes everything on the truck. A calm evening turned chaotic at Pancheri in Udhampur, when a hay-loaded truck suddenly burst into flames under mysterious circumstances.
Mysterious fire broke out in a hay-loaded truck in the Pancheri area of the Udhampur this afternoon. This incident was reported when the vehicle was moving on the road in the outskirts of the Udhampur district in Pancheri area, when all of a sudden the hay that was loaded on the truck got fire and the truck was moving with the fire on it. It was a burning truck that was seen on the roads of Udhampur, after which the local population as well as the police administration swung into the action. Within almost no time, they got hold of this fire. The police teams have reached the spot and they have also registered a case in this regard.
The fire was so fierce that the hay stacked in the truck was reduced to ashes almost immediately. A major portion of the vehicle also suffered extensive damage, leaving behind nothing but charred remains. In a narrow escape, the driver and others on board managed to leap out of the burning truck just in time. The police have now registered a case and begun investigating the cause of the mysterious fire. What caused the hay-loaded truck to go up in flames in the middle of Pancheri is a puzzle, but with no loss of life, residents are calling it nothing short of a narrow escape.
Viewers, a unit of the Deep Strikers Division of the Kharga Corps Western Command flawlessly executed a BrahMos missile launch, striking a target in the Bay of Bengal with unparalleled precision and lethality. The demonstration underscores Indian Army's unwavering commitment to operational excellence and its formidable capability to project power deep into the enemy territory.
रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Russia ratifies key military pact with India days before President Putin's visit. Major speculation over Jharkhand. CMs meet with PM. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on December 4th. Telangana CM Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deity sparks huge controversy. BJP heads back. One more arrest in Kerala MLA Mamkutatil case. Digital creator Sejo Jose arrested for disclosing victim's identity. Imran Khan's big charge against Asim Munir amid political turmoil in Pakistan calls him an international mujahideen out to please the West.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10 a.m. I'm Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started with the big breaking news that's coming in on this hour. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh said that country's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to build the Babri Masjid using public funds, but Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel didn't allow his plans to succeed. Rajnath also claimed that Nehru had suggested that funds collected by the common people for building a memorial for Patel after his death be utilized for constructing wells and roads. Meanwhile, Congress has slammed the defense minister and called his remarks a lie, saying that there is no archival evidence to prove the same.
पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे। वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे। वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था। मेरे बहन भाई, वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे। वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे। वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था। मेरे बहन,
Joining us on the broadcast is Rashid Alvi, senior Congress leader. Rashid ji, what do you have to say about the defense minister's statement where he has claimed that Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to build the Babri Masjid with public funds?
Rajnath Singh ji is a very reasonable person and he always appreciates Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. But what he is saying is not part of history. It has, you cannot find it out from any history. With due respect, may I ask, as far as Babri Masjid is concerned, it was built 500 years ago. Babri Masjid was very much there when Pandit Nehru was the Prime Minister. Babri Masjid was not needed even renovation at all.
I agree, sir,
Muslim
but what
community
Rajnath Singh is trying to say here is that he wanted to utilize the public funds to rebuild and to take care of the Babri Masjid.
Public funds were not needed at all. Babri Masjid was there. Existence was there. But may I ask, if anybody has objection on Diwali, on the occasion of Diwali, huge public funds used by UP Chief Minister on the occasion of Diwali in Ayodhya. Nobody raised question why. Huge amount was spent on Kumbh. If it is, and Pandit Nehru, it is hypothetical that he wanted to do it. He didn't do it. Jawaharlal was a real secular person. He was when the question of Somnath Mandir came, he said,
right,
public funds cannot be used.
Right.
So how can it be that on one side he is saying that money should not be used, public funds should not be used to build Somnath, but Babri Masjid will be built? It is beyond imagination. I don't agree with it.
All right, Rashida, we request you to stay on the phone line. I believe BJP leader R.P. Singh is also patched with us on the phone line. R.P. Singh, you heard the contention of the Congress leader. He says that Jawaharlal Nehru was secular and that there's nothing wrong in utilizing the public funds to build and rebuild the Babri Masjid. All right, I think we seem to have lost that line with the BJP spokesperson R.P. Singh. On that note, I would like to thank Rakshad Alvi for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing his opinions on that. Congress there coming out in the open and defending Jawaharlal Nehru, saying that what is actually wrong in if Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to utilize the public funds in rebuilding and revamping the Babri Masjid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the latest controversy that's surrounded the Congress party with Rajnath Singh claiming that Nehru wanted to build the Babri Masjid using public funds. Let's once more listen into what Rajnath Singh had to say.
चार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
All right, moving on to more controversies that are now surrounding the Congress party. It is Jamiat Ulama-i-Hind, the leader, which is now said and hit out at the Congress party, saying that Congress must be able to solve its own issues first. This is Jamiat Ulama-i-Hind chief Maulana Mahmood Madani, who has taken a dig at the Congress party for being unable to solve its own issues. Maulana Madani said that it is wrong to expect any mainstream political party to fight only for Muslims or raise only their issues. Taking a dig at the Congress party, Madani said, and I quote, "I do not want to keep such expectations from any party right now. The Congress is not even being able to raise its own issues. How will it raise anyone else's issue?" That's the latest statement that's come from Jamiat Ulama-i-Hind chief Maulana Mahmood Madani. Breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the operations that have been stalled at the Bengaluru airport. We learned that there have been certain disruptions that has occurred today. These are flight disruptions that has faced disruptions today at Bengaluru International Airport, with 4 flights being delayed due to late arrivals. In addition, several Indigo flights were cancelled, citing operational reasons. On December 3rd, Indigo recorded a total of 42 flight cancellations. 22 arrivals have been cancelled, 20 departures have been cancelled, and a major glitch, I believe, has hit the Bengaluru airport. Abhishek is joining us live on the broadcast. On that note, Abhishek, please share more details about the chaos that's just erupted at the Bengaluru airport today, early this morning.
With respect to the delays or the disruptions in the flight movement, the Kempegowda International Airport Limited have already clarified that it isn't their operational issue that has caused the delays or the arrivals or the departure. However, it is the Indigo airline which had to clarify why almost 42 flights have been delayed. Around 20 plus flights are about to land which haven't landed yet in Bengaluru airport, and the departure also have been delayed for untimely note notice, and the passengers who are stranded at the airport have no idea if the flights will be taking off or it will be coming back to Bengaluru. However, representation from the Indigo is awaited, but it is sure that Indigo is facing the delays for the last couple of weeks in various other airports. When we consulted the passengers, it was mentioned that at least the Indigo flight have been delayed by a time of 2-hour gap for the last 10 to 15 days, and this might be an operational issue within the Indigo airline and not related to the airport itself. So we are waiting to see if there will be any official response from the Indigo airlines. And also we have been informed it is only related to the Indigo airlines. Various other private operators are functioning properly as per the plan, but it is only Indigo airlines, and hence it is directly connected with the Indigo management, who had to be answerable as of now but haven't responded yet to the passengers. Back to you.
Sheikh, also, can we then say it is a technical glitch on the part of Indigo that there are so many flights that have been cancelled, keeping in mind that Bengaluru is one of the busiest airports in India?
Yeah, very much, because we have already seen if there is any issue with the Kempegowda International Airport Limited, they would have put out a message on their social media, on their website, and they would also have an intimation to all the passengers who will be flying in Bengaluru and flying out of Bengaluru. But since this is only related to the Indigo Airlines, which are operating for the last couple of hours, the management of the Indigo team will have to respond on this, because the other airlines, be it Air Asia, Air India and various other airlines which are privately operating in and around Bengaluru and throughout the country, they aren't facing any problem. So this might be a technical glitch or an error from Indigo Airlines, for which the passengers are stranded in the Kempegowda International Airport Limited for more than a couple of hours is what we believe as of now. And we are here to see if Indigo will be reimbursing the prices of the ticket prices to the passengers, or will there be any alternate arrangements made so that passengers reach their required destination, or what will be the Indigo's next point of step which will be favorable towards the passengers is the question which has to be answered by the Indigo management. But there is clearly no response yet, and we are waiting the response from the Indigo.
All right, Abhishek, thank you very much for sharing those details. We'll come back to the story when we get a response from Indigo. For now, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly shift our focus to all the other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Sangam Moha beach near Thiruvananthapuram is all set to welcome President Draupadi Murmu for an operational demonstration by the Indian Navy. The operational demo will highlight the Navy's strength and combat readiness, featuring 19 major warships and 32 aircraft, including the fighter jets and surveillance aircraft. The Prime Minister's office has been renamed as Seva Tirth. In a social media post, Union Home Minister Amit Shah mentioned that names of Raj Bhavan and Raj Nivas are being changed to Lok Bhavan and Lok Nivas, respectively. He described this as an important milestone in the nation's journey towards building a developed and superior India with service and good governance as key priorities. The Khurja Nagar police station in Bulandshahr in Uttar Pradesh had an encounter with 3 criminals near Chola Road during a vehicle check, and 2 were apprehended injured. The 3 criminals had shot a youngster yesterday. 1 motorcycle, 2 illegal pistols, 2 empty cartridges and 2 live cartridges were recovered from the criminals. Air India says that all check-in systems at all airports are now functioning normally and its flights operations are as per schedule. After a brief outage that delayed flights across airports yesterday evening, the problem persisted for at least 45 minutes before getting addressed. Air India said in a post on X, and I quote, "The third-party system has been fully restored and check-in at all airports is functioning normally. All our flights are operating as per schedule. We thank our passengers for their understanding." Ladies and gentlemen, in a significant boost to India's self-reliance in defense, the DRDO along with ADA and HAL successfully completed a high-speed rocket-sled test of a fighter aircraft's escape system. With this, India entered the elite club of nations with advanced in-house escape system testing capability. Take a look at this report.
DRDO, along with ATA and HAL, successfully conducted a high-speed test of a fighter aircraft escape system validating a critical safety capability for combat pilots. The rocket-sled trial achieved a precisely controlled velocity of 800 kilometers per hour at DRDO's rail track rocket sled facility in Chandigarh. The test validated 3 key elements of the emergency escape chain: canopy severance, ejection sequencing, and complete aircrew recovery. The successful test demonstrated that the system can function as designed under high-speed conditions. And it also placed India in an elite club of nations with advanced in-house escape system testing capability.
Focus, 2 more breaking news that's coming in. It's day 3 of the winter session of the Parliament, and we learn that Indy Bloc is currently chairing a meet in Mallikarjun Kharge's cabin. This is a meet of all the floor leaders that's being held to discuss the strategy on how will the opposition be presenting themselves on day 3 of the winter session of the Parliament. Remember, yesterday there was a deadlock and logjam over the SIR issue where the Indy Bloc, the opposition, was very stern on having a debate on SIR. However, both the RS and the Lok Sabha Speaker pulled them up, saying that they have to stick to the discussion, after which they staged a walkout. Now, after the walkout was staged, the Lok Sabha Speaker had called all floor leaders to their cabin and discussed on why the logjam is and what can be done to end it, after which it was decided that a week will be given for the discussion and a debate on SIR, and the SIR debate in Parliament is all slated to take place on 9th and 10th of December. Rakshita is joining me on the broadcast on that note. Rakshita, this is a very key meeting that's being chaired in the Parliament House. This is inside Mallikarjun Kharge's cabin, and all Indy leaders are present. What are the inside details of the meeting?
Well, they are going to chalk out this strategy for for today, of course, and the upcoming days. This entire session that continues till the 19th of December, and we see that Mallikarjun Kharge is chairing this meeting with other floor leaders. Of course, the strategy now remains what other issues should be raised after there was a major, mounting of pressure from the Indy Bloc leaders, and finally there was a breakthrough, and then the debate for SIR has been, or rather, that is being called electoral reforms. That will be a part of discussion in the next week, around 9th December, on the 9th and 10th of December. But for today, it seems that there are other issues that they will be raising in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, from the issue of pollution to the issue of labour laws, and also the special Sarathi app, very importantly, because in Rajya Sabha, Randeep Surjewala, in fact, has sought a discussion during the 0 hour on the special Sarathi app. We saw yesterday there was a lot of uproar from the opposition talking about they were looking to have a discussion on the special Sarathi app, but we saw the telecom minister Jyotiraditya Scindia allaying fears and saying that it is not something that can be not deleted. There's always an option to delete, but it will be installed. Now, Randeep Surjewala says that there could be a backdoor, and this compromises on security. Randeep Surjewala says that there's a grave and a real apprehension. It says that this app can have backdoor and can compromise the data and privacy of the user. And he has also, of course, talking about the breach of fundamental rights of privacy that we've seen yesterday. Also, Renuka Chaudhary had, in fact, also sought discussion on the same, suspension of business on the same in Lok Sabha. Now in Rajya Sabha, Randeep Surjewala aiming to up the ante on the special Sarathi app, despite telecom minister clarifying about the app. So yes, remains to be seen if it's going to be a stormy day or a calm day, a productive day or not. The meeting is still underway at Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber, so I will have to wait and watch how this day goes. But certainly the opposition is ready with its topics of the debate and setting its agenda for this rest of the winter session before the SIR debate begins next week.
All right, Rakshita, also one more question. yesterday, the Telecommunications Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia had made it clear that it is not mandatory for everybody to install that app. If you don't want it, you can delete it. Despite that, the opposition has been stern on why the Sanchar Sati app has come into effect. In fact, Apple had also cleared it out yesterday that they will not be preloading the app on their mobile phones to the users. Despite that, the opposition is willing to counter the government. But what actually does it have in place as arguments? Because the government has already cleared the air yesterday.
Apple actually has not put out an official statement, but yes, as per sources, as per news agency Reuters, they are not willing to comply with the mandate, and Apple has never complied with such a mandate anywhere in the world, and it continues to do so because it has the iOS security features and privacy features of its own. It says, and they cannot compromise with that. They cannot let this pre-installed app come in either of its handsets. Having said that, what the opposition is saying that the government today, what they are seeking with this demand is that the government should clarify as to clarify who is the legal authority behind this, so as to mandate a non-removable app and pushing a compulsory app through software updates and disclose what independent cybersecurity audits and safeguards and mechanisms are at play. So they want a clarification, because remember the notification that had come in earlier on Special Sati, it had mentioned that this cannot be deleted. But yesterday, Jyotiraditya Scindia had clarified that it could be deleted. Now, we see that the opposition is now looking to mount pressure now, courtesy the Sanchar Sati app, and they want some clarifications as to how is the government really going to do this if it's going to come pre-installed in every handset from now.
All right, Rakshita, thank you very much for joining us here. All eyes are now on the Parliament session. That's all going to begin from 11 a.m. Shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in. This one is from Jammu and Kashmir over the reservation row, where we learned that Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has called for a cabinet meet today. This is regarding the Jammu and Kashmir reservation policy row. Now, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, cabinet is going to hold discussion on rationalism of job reservations, and Omar government will be reviewing the reservation policy before the final decision. Omar government is set to change existing quota of reservation of 10% to residents of backward area and 10% to economically weaker sections. Now we learn that these two sections quota will be changed to benefit to open merit. Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast on the note. Gursimran, why this sudden change of heart from Omar Abdullah? Why this sudden meeting that has been called to make a change in the reservation policy?
Yes, if we speak of the present situation, the cabinet meeting of Omar Abdullah is presently underway at his residence in Jammu, and it is expected that the meeting will end shortly and all the cabinet ministers will be out. Now coming to the reservation row, it has been seen widespread protests taking place in Jammu as well as in the Kashmir, because what has happened that the open merit quota has gone below 50%. As per the last notification that has been issued for the account assistant finance, the quota is somewhere close to 40%. 600 were the total number of vacancies, 240 were allocated to the open merit candidates. Right now we are outside the CM residence where this meeting is underway. It was at 9 that the meeting has started, though the commissioner secretary level officers have already left the meeting, but the cabinet ministers are still inside. Omar was to leave at 10:15 from his residence, but now his movement has also been delayed. A thorough discussion is taking place because the members of the subcommittee that includes cabinet ministers Sakina Itu and Javed Rana, including the deputy chief minister also, they are also inside, and the threadbare discussion is taking place. But what it seems that the situation is not going to de-escalate. Reason being that the Omar government is considering to actually cut off the quota from the reserved background area RBA quota as well as from the economically weaker section. So if we assume that 5% cut is there from the 10% existing quota, and then the open merit reaches to the 50%, then the EWS beneficiaries as well as the RBA beneficiaries, they will also come out on the streets because their quota will be cut off. So it is going to be really very challenging that how Umar government actually accommodates the open merit, because the open merit protest was the first of those protests that have taken place as soon as government took over, and it was their own MP Agar Hula who hold protest outside CM residence, giving a warning to CM Omar Abdullah to resolve this issue at an earliest.
Right. Also, Gursimran, take us through who all are going to be part of this meeting and when exactly is this meeting going to start?
See, as we speak, the meeting is underway. Anytime now, the meeting can come to a conclusion. If we speak of the cabinet ministers, all cabinet ministers, that includes Javed Ahmed Dar, Javed Rana, Sakina Ittu, Satish Sharma, as well as the Deputy Chief Minister Surendra Kumar Chaudhary, along with the Deputy Chief Minister is present. J&K Chief Secretary Atal Dulu is also part of the meeting, along with what we have seen that several secretaries from the government of Jammu and Kashmir, they were also there, including Mandeep Kaur and the Vikramjit Singh. They have also arrived, though the commissioner secretaries have already left the meeting, but the cabinet ministers are still inside. So it is believed that threadbare discussion is taking place. Also, the advisor to the Chief Minister Nasir Sogami, Nasir Aslamwani, he's also inside. So they all are taking part in the meeting, and the meeting is having a threadbare discussion with the primary agenda continues to be reservation row, because we are seeing that the patience level of the open merit students also is coming to an end, and they have warned of the agitation, because a 6-month time was sought by the Chief Minister, but that too has passed and nothing conclusive has come out so far. Now that any tinkering with the EWS and the RBA quota, what that will have repercussion, that only time will tell.
All right, Gusserman, thank you very much for getting us those details this morning. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and this is about Cyclone Ditwa. While Sri Lanka is battling with aftermath of Cyclone Ditwa, India has been the first responder and has launched Operation Sagar Bandhu to help the neighbor in trouble. Meanwhile, Pakistan renewed its allegation of delaying aid. However, MEA has given a befitting reply to it. Here is the full story.
Massive devastation has been caused in Sri Lanka by Cyclone Ditwa. State emergency was declared as the death toll crossed 330 with torrential rain and floods in the island. But in a swift response to Sri Lanka's humanitarian crisis, Indian Armed Forces along with NDRF launched Operation Sagar Bandhu to help Sri Lanka cope with the deadly disaster.
The integrated task force, which is from the Shatrujit Brigade, is assigned to provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief to the people who have been affected by cyclone in Sri Lanka. This integrated task force will be moving today to Sri Lanka. This integrated task force is not only self-sufficient, but will be able to provide all kinds of necessary assistance that is required for the people of Sri Lanka.
But Pakistan has again made huge allegation that its relief operations were hit by a lack of cooperation from India. They further stated that the aircraft faced 60 hours of delay for the flight clearance from India. Hitting back at Pakistan's claims, official spokesperson from India, Randhir Jaiswal, rejected all the statements that came from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan. He mentioned that the request for overflight clearance for Pakistani aircraft carrying humanitarian assistance to Sri Lanka was received around 1300 hours on December 1st, 2025. And given the urgency of humanitarian assistance, the Government of India processed the request expeditiously on the same day. Randhir Jaiswal further stated that India remains committed to assisting the people of Sri Lanka in these challenging times. While Cyclone Ditwa continues to devastate Sri Lanka, India's Operation Sagar Bandhu remains in full swing, providing rescue and medical aid to those affected.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. But after the break, we'll get to the major controversy that has now hit the Congress party yet again, with the Telangana Chief Minister insulting Hindu deities. What has he said, and how has this comment sparked a huge political debate? We'll get to that and much more right after a short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, across border.
Russia ratifies a key military pact with India Relos days before President Putin's visit. Major speculations over Jharkhand Chief Minister's meet with the Prime Minister. Congress calls for a key meeting in Jharkhand on 4th of December. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deities sparks huge controversy. BJP hits back. One more arrest in Kerala MLA Mamkutithal case. Digital creator Sijo Jose arrested for disclosing the victim's identity. And Imran Khan's big charge against Asim Munir amid political turmoil in Pakistan calls him an international mujahideen out to please the West. We have breaking news coming in. The Congress has landed itself in controversy again after posting an AI video showing the Prime Minister as a chaiwala or a tea seller. With this latest mockery, the BJP has now gone all guns blazing against the Congress, calling the move a cheap tactic. The BJP has issued a sharp retort to the Congress, saying that while Prime Minister Modi sold tea, he never sold the soul of the country and always worked for the nation. So Congress landing itself in another controversy. Now another video of Prime Minister. This is an AI video that shows the Prime Minister as a chaiwala or a tea seller. And the BJP has issued a sharp retort saying that while the Prime Minister sold the tea, he never sold the soul of the country and always worked for the nation. So another AI video that has been posted by the Congress party, and the Congress party finds itself in the center of a storm. All right, let's listen in to the BJP spokesperson.
Statements of Renuka Chaudhary on Sansad and on Sena were not one-off Sahyog. They were Prayog and Udyog. Now another spokesperson and leader of Congress, Ragini Naik, has made a deep fake AI-generated video mocking Prime Minister because he was a tea seller in his young age. Yes, he did sell tea. He never sold the country. Yes, he comes from OBC background. Yes, he comes from poor background. Yes, he does not belong to Gandhi Vada dynasty. Yes, he's not Namdar, he's a Kamdar. Yes, people have elected him 3 times over. This is an insult of the people's mandate and people's wisdom. It is an insult of his OBC and his Garib Parivar status. It is an insult that Congress party keeps hurling at him 150 times over. Ganguteli, Neech, Chai Bech, Hitler ki maut marega, kabr khodegi. Even his mother is not spared. Even his mother is abused. And Congress lost Bihar elections because of that. But yet they do not improve or take any kind of cognizance that how they are abusing not just Samvidhanik Sanstha, but even those sitting on Samvidhanik Pad, those who are serving in Sena, and those who are serving in Sansad. This is the Congress party's true pehchan. Garibon ka apman, chaiwalon ka apman, प्रधानमंत्री पद का अपमान, संविधान का अपमान, सेना का अपमान. Because Congress party only and only feels that one family should have the right to rule. And therefore, to make Rahul Gandhi look like the Prime Minister of India, they will abuse the people of India, institutions of India, and an OBC Samaj person who has become the Prime Minister for the third time.
All right, controversy over that AI video that has been posted by Congress. Right now, we are joined in by Mr. R.P. Singh from the BJP. Very good morning, sir, and thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, your remarks, because this is not the first time that the Congress party has insulted the Prime Minister. Earlier, an AI video of a woman looking like the Prime Minister's mother was also posted. And now this video of the Prime Minister as a tea seller?
Well, that's the Congress DNA. They can't accept anyone else managing the country or governing the country. For them, it's just the dynasty, the Gandhi dynasty, which is more important than anyone else. They can't think beyond the dynasty. And for them, they mock any other person who is capable and is running the country, is managing the country. For them, a person who comes from a poor background is not worthy of being the Prime Minister. For them, it's only the Nehru, Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Waters are supposed to govern the country. This dynastic mindset. And which is very sad that they have been doing this again and again in democracy. Mocking the Prime Minister shows that what level they have stooped to now. And it's not the first time they have done it. They have done it many times earlier, probably more than 100 times they have abused the Prime Minister, which is very sad. But fact is that doesn't affect the people at large. People at large see what sort of work has been done in the last 11 years and what sort of work was in the last 55 years. They used to talk about Gribi Hatao, and now in real terms the Gribi has been eradicated. The poverty, poor have been taken care, and more than 25 crore poor have been elevated from the poverty line. So there's a difference, and they can't accept this. They can't rather swallow this that anyone else can do such a great job of ensuring that last man in the line is taken care of.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your perspective on that big story. Thank you so much. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now, and let's now talk about the developments that are taking place in Jharkhand. Now, speculations are there that are saying that there's a major political upheaval in the state of Jharkhand, with the Chief Minister Hemant Soren and his wife Kalpana Soren reportedly exploring a possible realignment with the BJP and entry into the NDA. Now, speculation grows that at least 8 of the 16 Congress MLAs may break ranks to join a new configuration led by Soren with the outside support from the BJP. So is there a major political upheaval really happening within the JMM in Jharkhand? All right, we are trying to get more perspective on that issue. But what we do know at this moment is that there is a political upheaval that is really taking place within the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. There are reports that Chief Minister Hemant Soren and his wife Kalpana Sen are exploring a possible realignment with the BJP, and they're looking into they're looking to get inside the NDA fold. Now, speculation is there that at least 8 of the 16 Congress MLAs may also break ranks, and they are ready to join a new configuration led by Hemant Soren, and that the speculations are that this configuration will have the outside support from the BJP. So, all right, let's get a perspective. We are joined in by our colleague Prakash. Prakash, what more updates do you have about this political churning really taking place within the JMM?
Well, there is no exact information whether the JMM is switching sides in the NDA, but there are speculations that JMM leader and Chief Minister of Jharkhand Hemant Soren have met top BJP leaders in Delhi, as well as Santosh Gangwar, the Jharkhand governor, has also met Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And there have been speculations for quite some time that BJP and JMM may come together and stitch an alliance. So Hemant Soren and Kalpana Soren, they are both in Delhi. They are expected to arrive in Ranchi today evening. They will be meeting the JMM legislators ahead of the winter session of the Jharkhand Assembly that is slated to be held from 5th of December. And before that, if any decision has to be taken, that has to be taken before that. We'll wait and watch what happens before that. And if at all any decision is to be taken, the central government may announce any package. But the Jharkhand leaders, both from the Congress, the JMM side, as well as the BJP side, are saying that they're rejecting this whole speculations of JMM joining hands with the BJP.
All right, we have to wait and watch how these developments really pan out and if there is a Jharkhand shake-up really happening. Thank you so much for getting us all those updates there. Thank you. All right, viewers, in a significant boost to India's self-reliance in the field of defense, the DRDO, along with ADA and HAL, successfully completed a high-speed rocket-sled test of a fighter aircraft's escape system. And with this, India entered the elite club of nations with advanced in-house escape system testing capability. Take a look at this report.
DRDO, along with ADA and HAL, successfully conducted a high-speed test of a fighter aircraft escape system, validating a critical safety capability for combat pilots. The rocket sled trial achieved a precisely controlled velocity of 800 kilometers per hour at DRDO's rail track rocket sled facility in Chandigarh. The test validated three key elements of the emergency escape chain: canopy severance, ejection sequencing, and complete aircrew recovery. The successful test demonstrated that the system can function as designed under high-speed conditions. And it also placed India in an elite club of nations with advanced in-house escape system testing capability.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Supporters of the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar created a high drama at the Mangalore airport as they gathered in large numbers and shouted victory slogans in front of AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal. In a full-fledged show of strength, the workers repeatedly demanded that the party high command make DK Shivakumar the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. So supporters of DK Shivakumar creating a high drama at the Mangalore airport, gathering in large numbers, shouting victory slogans, and in a show of strength really in front of AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal, repeatedly demanding that the party high command make DK Shivakumar the next Chief Minister. All right, let's get all the updates. Our colleague Abhishek is now joining us for more details. Abhishek, just a few days back, the Congress party had said, that everything is well, all is well within the party. There is no conflict. There's nothing. There's no problem. It is all. It's all media created. And now the supporters of DK Shivakumar are creating a huge drama there, demanding that DK Shivakumar be made the next Chief Minister. What is happening?
Well, the actions of the congressman very clearly shows that this is not only the media creation, it was the creation of the very congressmen themselves, because When KC Venugopal landed in Bengaluru airport, the supporters of DK Shivakumar, the camp of DK Shivakumar, raised slogans in front of KC Venugopal, requesting and demanding that DK Shivakumar be made the Chief Minister in the present term itself. On the other hand, we've also seen KC Venugopal, who hadn't reacted after the slogans were shouted at him. And he also maintained a peaceful mind of state because he didn't want to create any ruckus in between the ongoing drama for the chair of the Chief Minister. On the other hand, Chief Minister CM Siddaramaiah, Home Minister Dr. G. Parameswara and various leaders belonging to CM Siddaramaiah's camp have already reached Bengaluru airport and also are in the station in Bengaluru as of now to receive KC Venugopal and to address the gathering which will be happening at around 10:30, 11 in the morning. There is also an information that CM Siddaramaiah will make sure that his supporters will barge will support and will also reiterate on the importance of continuing Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister of the state. However, another point of view is that the supporters of DK Shivakumar will also seek time to make sure that DK Shivakumar be reinstated as the Chief Minister in the next couple of days. But we will have to see how KC Venugopal reacts on this issue after the program, because it is believed that the supporters of CM and DCM will try to have a conversation.
Abhishek, we are just going live for those visuals there that we are getting right now. Stay with us. Let's go to those visuals, please. Not the live visuals, but the visuals where supporters of Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar created a high drama outside the Bangalore airport, and that in front of KC Venugopal. All right, Abhishek, we are showing our viewers this high drama that unfolded at the Bangalore airport. Now, of course, all onus is now on the Congress High Command there, because what the Congress High Command has been saying is everything is well, but these visuals are clearly showing that's not the case.
The High Command of the Congress Party had very earlier mentioned to Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar that all the differences between them had to be cleared off, and no such things are supposed to be continuing on a long-term basis. But the issue that happened at Bengaluru airport today when KC Venugopal landed into the airport and the supporters of DK shouted slogans to show their support towards DK Shivakumar. It is very clear that the supporters or the camps of DK Shivakumar and CM Siddaramaiah are not happy with the High Command's interference with the change of leadership, and we are here to see if the High Command will be giving any strong message to CM Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar with respect to the leadership change that is about to happen probably in the month of April in 2026. On the other hand, we've also seen CM Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar sharing breakfast in both of their residences to give out a message stating that they are united, there is no differences between them, and they will be continuing with the same government until the High Command wants a change in the leadership. But the supporters of both of these persons probably might not have received the message from both these leaders, because the supporters of DK Shivakumar once again have shouted slogans for the support of DK Shivakumar, and we'll have to see how KC Venugopal reacts on this. And also there is a speculation that KC Venugopal might have gotten a message from the High Command to CM Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar with respect to what the decision of the High Command might have been. And also, will there be a date announced in a closed door arrangement to DK Shivakumar and CM Siddaramaiah, because it was BK Hariprasad who visited Delhi to have a conversation with the High Command, that is Rahul Gandhi, when Rahul Gandhi was stationed at Delhi. It is also believed that BK Hariprasad has given out some of the crucial information from the Karnataka state politics, and also he has mentioned why the leadership change might not be necessary as of now, because BK Hariprasad is believed to be on the CM's camp. On the other hand, we've also seen various other MLAs and supporters of DK Shivakumar's camp who were in Delhi to seek the time of the High Command. However, they didn't get the time is what we have been informed. So we will have to see if the High Command is showing interest towards Siddaramaiah or DK Shivakumar, or if the High Command has decided a date where the political shift or the shift in the leadership will be happening in the next couple of months. And also, we will have to see if the date will be announced to both these leaders today after the address of the gathering has been done. So we are awaiting the response and the intimation from the sources of the state Congress as well as the National Congress as of now.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for getting us those details as trouble continues to mount for Congress party in Karnataka. All right, viewers, now let's take a look at some more news from across the nation. Here is Bharat in 2 minutes. Shangumugam Beach near Thiruvananthapuram is all set to welcome President Draupadi Murmu for an operational demonstration by the Indian Navy. The operational demo will highlight the Navy's strength and combat readiness, featuring 19 major warships and 32 aircraft, including fighter jets and surveillance aircraft. The Prime Minister's office has been renamed as Seva Tirth. In a social media post, Union Home Minister Amit Shah mentioned that the names of Raj Bhavan and Raj Nivas are being changed to Lok Bhavan and Lok Nivas. He described this as an important milestone in the nation's journey towards building a developed and superior India, with service and good governance as key priorities. The Khurjanagar police station in Bulandshahr had an encounter with 3 criminals near Chola Road during a vehicle check, and 2 were apprehended. The 3 criminals had shot a youngster yesterday. 1 motorcycle, 2 illegal pistols, 2 empty cartridges and 2 live cartridges were recovered from the criminals. Air India says that check-in systems at all airports are now functioning normally and its flights are operating as per schedule after a brief outage that delayed flights across airports yesterday evening. The problem persisted for at least 45 minutes before getting addressed. Air India said in a post on X, and I quote, "The third-party system has been fully restored and check-in at all airports is functioning normally. All our flights are operating as per schedule. We thank our passengers for their understanding." All right, viewers, we're taking a short break, and coming up ahead is day 3 of the winter session of Parliament. What is expected? Are we going to see more disruptions and more chaos? We have to wait and watch. Stay tuned, viewers.
अब
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is
Viewers, it is day 3 of the winter session of Parliament. More disruptions, more chaos is expected today. Stay with us as we get you all the information and updates on winter session of Parliament. Coming up ahead, viewers, stay with us.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and an exercise.
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, it's almost 11 a.m. That means the third session of the third day of the Parliament is going to kick off. It's going to be very, very important because we already see that the opposition has held a meeting before to chalk out a strategy ahead of the third day of the Parliament winter session. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines we're tracking right now. Russia verifies a key military pact with India days before President Putin's visit. The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh slams Jawaharlal Nehru, claims Nehru wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Telangana CM Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deity sparks huge controversy. BJP hits back. Major speculation over Jharkhand CM's meet with Prime Minister Modi. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on December 4th. One more arrest in Kerala MLA Mamku Tatal case. Creator Sijo Jose arrested for disclosing victim's identity. Imran Khan's big charge against Asim Munir amid political turmoil in Pakistan calls him an international mujahideen out to please the West.
मुझे अत्यंत दुख के साथ हमारे 3 पूर्व साथियों के निधन के बारे में सूचित करना है। श्री काली प्रसाद पांडे 8वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे और बिहार के गोपालगंज संसदीय क्षेत्र का प्रतिनिधित्व करते थे। वे बिहार विधानसभा में भी सदस्य रहे। श्री काली प्रसाद पांडे का दिनांक 22 अगस्त 2025 को 78 वर्ष की आयु में दिल्ली में निधन हुआ। श्री रामेश्वर डूडी राजस्थान के बीकानेर संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 13वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे तथा वे खाद्य नागरिक आपूर्ति और सार्वजनिक वितरण समिति के सदस्य रहे। वे राजस्थान विधानसभा के सदस्य भी रहे और उन्होंने विधानसभा में नेता प्रतिपक्ष के रूप में अपनी सेवाएं दी। श्री रामेश्वर डूडी का निधन 62 वर्ष की आयु में दिनांक 4 अक्टूबर 2025 को बीकानेर में हुआ। श्री श्याम सुंदर लाल 6ठी लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। राजस्थान के तत्कालीन बयाना संसदीय क्षेत्र का प्रतिनिधित्व करते थे। श्री श्याम सुंदर लाल का 28 नवंबर 2025 को दिल्ली में 89 वर्ष की आयु में निधन हुआ। ये सभा अपने पूर्व सहयोगियों के निधन पर गहरा शोक व्यक्त करती है। शोक संतप्त परिवारों के प्रति अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करती है। अब सभा दिवंगत आत्माओं के लिए मौन रहेगी। ओम शांति। प्रश्नकाल क्वेश्चन नंबर 41, क्वेश्चन नंबर 41 श्री नवचरण माझी। प्रश्न संख्या बोलो।
41।
माननीय मंत्री जी।
ऑन द टेबल ऑफ द हाउस सर।
माननीय सदस्य,
मेरा ये प्रश्न था, क्या उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण मंत्रालय ओडिशा जैसे आदिवासी बहुल एवं पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों के लिए विशेष प्रावधान अथवा संशोधित मानदंड तय करने पर विचार कर रहा है ताकि ऐसे दूर दूराज क्षेत्रों के गांव में अतिरिक्त सार्वजनिक वितरण प्रणाली पीडीएस उपकेंद्र तथा गोदाम स्थापित किए जा सके, जिससे लाभार्थियों को राशन प्राप्त करने हेतु लंबी दूरी तय न करने पड़े। यदि हाँ, तो मयूरभंज जैसे जिलों में इस नीति या किसी पायलट परियोजना को लागू करने की संभावित समय सीमा क्या है?
मंत्री जी।
सर, मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं, सारे देश में जहां भी जरूरत है, जहां एफसीआई इधर गोडाउन पीपीटी माध्यम के द्वारा करते हैं, नहीं तो एफसीआई गोडाउन है, एफसीआई गोडाउन उपयोग करते हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का गोडाउन उपयोग करते हैं, वो दूर दराज का इलाका हो और कहीं भी हो, पहाड़ी इलाका हो, सभी क्षेत्रों में हमारा नेटवर्किंग आज के दिन में परफेक्ट है। जहां भी अगर ज़रूरत है तो एफसीआई समय समय पर गोडाउन भी हायर करेगा और जो फेयर प्राइस शॉप अपॉइंटमेंट करना है, फेयर प्राइस शॉप को करना है, वो तो प्रदेश सरकार का काम है। हम तो पूरा टेक्नोलॉजी उपयोग करके हर एक व्यक्ति को प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना में हर महीने 5 केजी रेशन इधर राइस और गेहूं हम हर महीने परफेक्टली देने का काम मोदी जी के कालखंड में शुरू हो गया है और आगे भी बढ़ रहा है।
माननीय सदस्य सप्लीमेंट्री।
खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण मंत्री यह बताएंगे कि सरकार यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए तत्काल क्या कदम उठाएगी कि मेरे संसदीय क्षेत्र की सभी पात्र जनजातीय परिवारों, जिनमें से अनेकों को बीपीएल सूचियों तथा अंत्योदय अन्न योजना AAY से गलत तरीके से बाहर रखा गया है, सही पहचान के जाए और उन्हें बीपीएल राशन कार्ड जारी किए जाएं तथा अंत्योदय अन्न योजना के अंतर्गत शामिल किया जाए। बी, औपचारिक रूप से बीपीएल AAY सूची में शामिल किए जाने तक ऐसे परिवारों को सब्सिडी वाले खाद्यान्नों की निर्बाध आपूर्ति के लिए क्या अंतरिम व्यवस्था की जाएगी और इन उपायों को
सदस्य जब तारांकित प्रश्न होता है, स्टार क्वेश्चन होता है, तब संक्षिप्त में प्रश्न पूछते हैं, 1 2 3 4 नहीं।
धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री जी।
Viewers, get some breaking news is coming in. Source-based information has told Republic that PM Modi will be meeting all the West Bengal BJP MPs in the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. So big update, viewers on Republic TV. We are getting you these updates as a third day of the winter session has just kicked off. Source-based information coming in. PM Modi will be meeting Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, BJP MPs from Bengal. And we'll try to, of course, go ahead and connect to our correspondents for more on this, because this is a huge update coming in as the winter session is continuing. I want to go across to Rakshita, who is reporting live for us from Vijay Chowk. Rakshita, yes, huge, big update. However, it's a source-based information that the Prime Minister will meet all the West Bengal BJP MPs in both the houses of the Parliament.
There's no official confirmation as to what is going to be on agenda, but remember the fact that SIR has been a major issue when it comes to West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee, the Trinamool chief and the Chief Minister of West Bengal, has been a staunch opponent of the SIR, and there have been, of course, we have all seen the flashpoint that SIR has become. Next week there is a discussion on SIR, but not to forget, even in the Legislative Assembly there is going to be discussion. This issue would be raised. So it becomes very important that there will be a communication from the top leadership. The Prime Minister himself will be, of course, communicating what the party's stand is, on SIR, what we understand. Also remember, West Bengal has been had a mention during the question hour. There was a question regarding funds allocated under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, Animal Husbandry Development Fund as well. And Union Minister Rajiv Ranjan Singh had in fact also answered the question about the funds. So yes, it's very, very important. Legislative Assembly will be also very much witnessing the heated debate on SIR, and next year 2026 will witness the polls, the legislative polls, the state elections in West Bengal, and henceforth it's important that the leadership, the BJP leadership will be having special focus on West Bengal, with the SIR being a hottest topic.
Yes, well, thank you, Rakshit, for getting us all those details. I'm coming back to you for more as the third day of the Parliament session has kicked off a short while back. Moving on, viewers, getting you some more breaking news is coming in. The latest is that 2 DU colleges have received bomb threats. There's a big update we're tracking for you in Republic TV. Let's go ahead and tell you what exactly we're learning of so far. Okay, we have the name of the colleges too. Bomb mail sent to Ramjas College and Bandhu College in Delhi. Threat has been sent through an email. I repeat, the bomb mail was sent through an email. It's an email. Bomb squad and Delhi police on the spot. No suspects found yet so far. Big updates coming in. We'll go to Jatin in a short while from now to help our viewers understand what exactly is happening. But remember, the past few weeks, there have been multiple cases of bomb threats. Some of them have been 4 bomb threats in schools. And now we see one more case in colleges. Let's go straight across to Jatin. Yes, Jatin, no suspects found yet. However, 2 colleges have received bomb threat emails. Jatin.
बिल्कुल, देखिए 2 कॉलेज हैं जो कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के, ये दोनों ही कॉलेज है, जिसमें से एक रामजस कॉलेज बताया जा रहा है, दूसरा देशबंधु कॉलेज बताया जा रहा है। इन दोनों कॉलेज में जो बॉम्ब थ्रेट मेल है वो उनको मिला है रात को तकरीबन 1:29 पर। लेकिन सुबह जब कॉलेज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने कंप्यूटर एक्सेस किया तो वहां पर इस तरीके का थ्रेट मेल कॉलेज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को मिला, जिसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस को इस पूरे मामले में जानकारी दी गई है। दिल्ली पुलिस मौके पर पहुंची है, पूरे जो कैंपस है उसको एक तरीके से इवैक्यूएट कराया गया। स्टूडेंट जो पहुंचे थे उनको प्ले एरिया, जो ओपन एरिया है, वहां पर असेंबल किया गया। मल्टीपल चेक्स अभी तक कॉलेज में किए जा रहे हैं, चाहे वो रामजस कॉलेज की बात कर लीजिए या देशबंधु कॉलेज की बात कर लीजिए। दोनों दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के बड़े कॉलेज हैं और दोनों में जो मेल है वो एक जैसा ही है। और ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि साउथ की तरफ से जो मेल है, साउथ इंडियन की तरफ से जो मेल है वो यहां पर किया गया। वीपीएन का इस्तेमाल इस मेल के अंदर किया गया है। हालांकि दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि पहले पूरे परिसर को सैनिटाइज कर मल्टीपल चेक्स किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स की सिक्योरिटी से जुड़ा ये पूरा मामला है। मेल जो भेजा गया है, इससे पहले इसी तरीके का जो मेल है वो सेंट स्टीफन कॉलेज को भी कुछ दिन पहले भेजा गया था, उसी पैटर्न का ये मेल है। हालांकि इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस पूरे मामले में की जाएगी, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि सुबह के समय जब कॉलेज ओपन हुआ, कंप्यूटर एक्सेस किया गया, तो रामजस कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल को ये मेल जो है वो मिला, जिसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस को अलर्ट किया गया। बॉम्ब स्क्वाड मौके पर पहुंचा गया है, लेकिन अभी तक अच्छी खबर यह है कि कुछ भी सस्पिशियस नहीं मिला है। 2 बार चेक्स जो है वो किया गया है, क्योंकि एसओपी है, मल्टीपल लेयर चेकिंग जो है वो पूरे कैंपस की जानी है। यही कारण है कि थोड़ा सा समय इसको लेकर लग रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि मल्टीपल जो लेयर है उनकी सिक्योरिटी वहां पर है, बॉम्ब स्क्वाड है, फायर डिपार्टमेंट वहां पर है, दिल्ली पुलिस वहां पर है, रूफटॉप एरिया कॉलेज का उसको प्रॉपर चेक किया जा रहा है, क्लासरूम को चेक किया जा रहा है, प्रिंसिपल जो एक्सेस है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो एक तरीके से कॉम्प्लेक्स है उसको पूरे तरीके से सैनिटाइज किया जा रहा है। कुछ भी सस्पिशियस नहीं मिला, लेकिन किसके मेल किया, साउथ का जो एंगल निकलकर सामने आ रहा है, इन तमाम बातों पर अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के बाद दिल्ली पुलिस करती हुई नजर आ रही है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि अभी भी जो चेकिंग है वो इन दोनों कॉलेजेस में की जा रही है। कुछ भी सस्पिशियस अभी तक इन चेकिंग के दौरान दोनों ही कॉलेज से नहीं मिला है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Right. And Jatin, let's remember that in the past few weeks you have reported on this, Jatin. Schools have also got a lot of bomb threat emails. However, in those cases, what has the police found and what is the police trying to find in this case in terms of who are the suspects?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, क्योंकि इससे पहले स्कूल्स की बात कर लीजिए, हॉस्पिटल्स की बात कर लीजिए, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स की बात कर लीजिए, इन सभी जगहों पर इस तरीके के मेल मिले हैं। हालांकि एक पैटर्न बहुत कॉमन है कि वीपीएन का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है इस मेल को करने के लिए। कुछ स्कूल्स मेल में किसी स्टूडेंट का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट सामने आया था, जिसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस ने उस बच्चे की काउंसलिंग भी की थी। लेकिन इस बार 2 बड़े कॉलेज हैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के नॉर्थ कैंपस की, ये दोनों बड़े कॉलेज है, रामजस और देशबंधु। हालांकि अभी तक की इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो ईमेल आईडी ट्रैक की गई है उसमें यह पता लगा है कि साउथ इंडिया की तरफ से जो मेल है वो भेजा गया। अमूमन ये देखा जाता है कि एक लोकेशन से मल्टीपल लोकेशन इस वीपीएन के जरिए जो है वो ट्रैक नहीं की जा सकती, क्योंकि जो वीपीएन का इस्तेमाल इस मेल को करने में किया जाता है। हालांकि ये पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, इन दोनों स्कूल पे मेल किसके जरिए भेजे गए, कौन वो शख्स है जो मेल भेज रहा है, वो इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जाएगा। लेकिन अभी दिल्ली पुलिस की पहली प्रेफरेंस ये है कि क्योंकि बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी, कॉलेज स्टूडेंट की सिक्योरिटी से जुड़ा ये मामला है, जिस कारण मल्टीपल चेक्स दोनों ही कॉलेजेस में किए जा रहे हैं। कुछ अलग तरीके की लैंग्वेज का इस्तेमाल भी मेल में किया गया, उसको इनक्रिप्ट करने का काम दिल्ली पुलिस करेगी। हालांकि इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस पूरे मामले में मॉरिस नगर जो पुलिस स्टेशन है वो आने वाले दिनों में करता हुआ नजर आएगा। लेकिन अभी सैनिटाइज पूरे कॉलेज को किया गया है, सिक्योरिटी चेक्स वहां पर किए जा रहे हैं, कुछ भी सस्पिशियस अभी नहीं मिला है, पैनिक करने की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन लगातार दिल्ली में चाहे स्कूल्स हो, हॉस्पिटल्स हो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसेज हो और अब कॉलेज में इस तरीके के मेल मिलना अपने आप पर बड़े सवाल खड़े करता है। और यही कारण है कि चाहे वो साइबर सेल हो, दिल्ली पुलिस के अलग अलग यूनिट हो, इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं। जो पुलिस के तमाम जो आला अधिकारी हैं वो भी मौके पर पहुंच रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी को लेकर कोई एक तरीके से कोताही नहीं बरतना चाहते हैं। यही कारण है कि मल्टीपल चेक्स किए जा रहे हैं। मॉरिस नगर पुलिस स्टेशन इस पूरे मामले में एफआईआर दर्ज करेगी और आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है संभवतः आने वाले दिनों में की जाएगी। जी
Right. Well, thank you for getting us those details. Jatin getting us top updates. Bomb threats sent to two Delhi colleges, Ram Jas and Bandhu College. Bomb squad is on the spot. Delhi police on the spot. No suspects found as of now. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you more updates coming in. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has said that the country's first Prime Minister Nehru wanted to build the Babri Masjid using public funds, but Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel did not allow his plans to succeed. Rajnath also claimed that Nehru had suggested that funds collected by the common people for building a memorial for Patel after his death be utilized for constructing wells and roads. Meanwhile, Congress has slammed the Defense Minister and called his remarks a lie, saying that there is no archival evidence.
उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था। मेरे बहन भाई, वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था। मेरे बहन भाई,
Sardar Patel had a cordial relationship, and Pandit Nehru's logic was very simple. Public money should not be spent on any kind of mosque, temple, churches or gurudwaras. It should be people's contribution. People should contribute and build their beliefs. This thing, not government money should be there. Rajnath Singh ji is stooping to this level. He is spreading a lie. I condemn this kind of lies from Rajnath Singh ji. It's a complete lie by Rajnath Singh.
All right, we're getting these updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. So let's go ahead and tell you exactly what is happening so far. There's a big claim which has been made on over Babri Masjid, and after that, Congress has slammed Rajnath Singh. In fact, we're getting some more reactions coming in.
सरकार के अंदर है, कोई दस्तावेज दे दें। हमारे पास दस्तावेज हैं कि सरदार पटेल ने इनके जो पेरेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो विचारधारा है, उस विचारधारा के विरुद्ध जो पत्र लिखा था और उसके अंदर उसको बैन किया था, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है। तो ये ऐसी बात मत करें। सरकार के अंदर शामिल लोग अगर इस प्रकार की बातें करेंगे और इस प्रकार का झूठा नैरेटिव देश के अंदर फैलाएंगे तो ये बहुत ही दुखदायी है।
Congress rejecting Rajnath Singh's claim that Nehru wanted to build Babri Masjid using public funds, and it was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel who opposed it. We see that this is a sort of a new row with the war of words breaking out over Rajnath Singh's statement. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you more updates coming in. Next, we move ahead to some of the other stories that we're tracking. Bharat in 2 minutes, where we'll get to what's happening across the nation. Starting off with the top stories coming in, Thiruvananthapuram is all set to welcome President Draupadi Murmu for an operational demonstration by the Indian Navy. The operational demo will highlight the Navy's strength and combat readiness, featuring 19 major warships and 32 aircraft, including fighter jets and surveillance aircraft. PM Modi's office has been renamed as Seva Tirth. In a social media post, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has mentioned that the names of Raj Bhavan and Raj Nivas are being changed to Lok Bhavan and Lok Nivas. He described this as an important milestone in the nation's journey toward a developed and superior India, with service and good governance as key priorities. Khurjanagar police station in Bulandshahr had an encounter with 3 criminals near Chola Road during a vehicle check, and 2 were apprehended and injured. The 3 criminals had shot a youngster yesterday. 1 motorcycle, 2 illegal pistols, 2 empty cartridges and 2 live cartridges were recovered from the criminals. And India says the check-in system at all airports are functioning normally and its flights operating as per schedule after brief outage that delayed flights across airports yesterday evening. The problem persisted for at least 45 minutes before getting addressed. In Readiness in a post, the third-party system has been fully restored and check-in at all airports is functioning normally. All flights are operating as per schedule. Viewers, it's day 3 of the winter session of Parliament and massive fireworks expected as the Parliament session is kicked off. Ahead of the parliamentary proceedings, we saw the Congress party along with the party president Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra stage a protest against the labour laws. Congress also filed an adjournment motion requesting a discussion on the labour codes. Meanwhile, the Indie bloc also demanded a detailed discussion on EC's special intensive revision of electoral rolls in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. So we're seeing these updates coming in, viewers. It's day 3 of the winter session. Fireworks expected today as well. The winter session has kicked off a short while back, and we have seen that the opposition is protesting over the new labour codes. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Rakshita joining us live. Rakshita, you know, when the labour codes were announced, even though they were hailed by many, the Congress called them draconian, and now they plan to hold a protest over it. Yes, Rakshita, over to you.
Right. Congress, in fact, had sought this morning an adjournment motion. Congress moved an adjournment motion in the Lok Sabha today, seeking a discussion, and seeking discussion on labour laws. In fact, protests also happening in the Parliament complex against the new labour codes that has been called the labour law reforms by the centre. Now, earlier this morning, it was Manikam Tagore who is who had written to the Secretary General. The Congress MP had demanded that there should be an adjournment motion to discuss. He has sought an adjournment motion to discuss the issue, saying that there has been no clarity as to how it's going to be implemented. It hasn't been implemented yet, and that many organizations are in the lurch as to what really has to be done so as to implement these laws smoothly. Having said that, they also listed out 5 demands on behalf of the workers, saying that they demand the national minimum wage of 400 per day, including for Manrega workers. That is still denied. Manikam Tagore has written this in his letter. A right to health law, also providing universal health coverage of 25 lakhs, has been ignored. Goes on to say that Urban Employment Guarantee Act has not been discussed. Comprehensive social security for all for unorganized workers. There's no life insurance or accident coverage insurance, and there's no dignity, he writes. And also asks for comprehensive social security and an end to rampant contractualization, especially in core government functions. These are the laws. In fact, he also cites how in previous Congress era Rajasthan government, when Congress was ruling Rajasthan, and now in Karnataka, he has cited that they have been they are much more advanced with their labour laws, but that the centre is.
Ultimately, fake news, social media, इसमें दिस इज अ वेरी फाइन डेलिकेट बैलेंस बिटवीन फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच एंड प्रोटेक्टिंग आवर डेमोक्रेसी, और इस फाइन बैलेंस को लेकर सरकार चल रही है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने डिजिटल इंडिया के माध्यम से देश में जो एक नई क्रांति लाई है, जो डेमोक्रेटाइज किया टेक्नोलॉजी को, उसके अच्छे प्रभाव भी हमें अपने संज्ञान में लेने चाहिए, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया एक तरीके से एक प्लेटफॉर्म भी देता है सभी को। इन सब पॉइंट्स को विचार करके इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हमारे समाज में जो ट्रस्ट है, उस ट्रस्ट को कैसे स्ट्रेंथन करें, उसी पर सरकार काम कर रही है।
राजेश रंजन जी। सब
अध्यक्ष जी, जब कोई भी फोटो या कोई भी चीज धर्म मजहब की, जैसे मणिपुर की घटना है, सोशल मीडिया ने प्रमुखता से इसको निभाया है और समाज में तनाव पैदा किया। कोई भी फोटो अपलोड करने के पहले, जैसे एआई में टाटा या बड़े बिजनेस में,
ये प्रश्नकाल पूछो, प्रश्न पूछो आप।
मैं वही कह रहा हूं अध्यक्ष जी कि जो लगातार मैं उसी बात, जैसे सट्टेबाजी की, महादेव ऐप जैसे मामले में बड़े स्टार्स और इन्फ्लुएंसर के युवा गैमलिंग सिखाया, कारण कर्ज में डूबे युवाओं को 18% आत्महत्या की वृद्धि हुई है। मेरा अध्यक्ष जी इससे कोई कंसर्न नहीं है। देश के युवा, आने वाला जो युवा है और जो सामाजिक और पारिवारिक स्थिति है, उसमें समाज में तनाव बढ़ता जा रहा है। मेरा प्रश्न सिर्फ इतना है कि हम किसी भी चीजों को जब किसी भी चीजों पर अपलोड करते हैं और बाद में वो न्यूज चैनल उसको उठा करके जिस तरीके से गलत तरीके से समाज में भ्रम को पैदा करता है, उसकी कोई ऑथेंटिसिटी नहीं होती है, उसकी कोई सत्यापन नहीं होता है। अच्छा, उसको डालने के पहले किसी से परमिशन लेना चाहिए कि नहीं, ये होगा कि नहीं, तो इस पर किसी भी तरह की कोई कार्रवाई नहीं है। कठोर कार्रवाई हो, ये मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है। कठोर कानून बने और किसी भी तरह के गलत वीडियोस को डालने के पहले
माननीय अध्यक्ष
उसके
जी,
बारे में जरूर कोई कानून।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय सांसद जी ने जिस तरह से ऑनलाइन बैटिंग की बात की, मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को एकदम स्पष्ट तौर पे कहना चाहूंगा, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इतना कड़ा कानून बनाया है ऑनलाइन मनी गेमिंग को रेगुलेट करने के लिए, और उसके कारण देश में करोड़ों परिवारों को उसका बेनिफिट मिला है। जिस तरह से एक कैंसर की तरह ऑनलाइन मनी गेमिंग का प्रचार हो गया था, सब तरफ एक प्रसार हो गया था उसका, और स्प्रेड होने के बाद समाज में एक बड़ी विकृति आ गई थी, उसके ऊपर कड़ा कानून बनाया है। और प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार किसी भी कड़े से कड़े स्टेप को लेने से पीछे नहीं हटती है।
श्री सीपी जोशी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं माननीय मंत्री महोदय से 5G को लेकर जो आपने बहुत स्पष्टीकरण पूरे राजस्थान और संसदीय क्षेत्र से संबंधित दिया, उसके लिए मैं आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि जहां सुदूर क्षेत्र में नेटवर्क की समस्या थी, वहां हजारों सैकड़ों की संख्या में टावर लगे हैं। मेरा आपके माध्यम से प्रश्न है कि जिन 5G स्पेक्ट्रम कंपनियों ने काम शुरू किया है, उनसे पहले जो अनकवर्ड एरिया है, वहां बुनियादी नेटवर्क उपलब्ध कराने के लिए सरकार इस बारे में कोई विचार कर रही है क्या? यदि हाँ,
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually...
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not...
Hello viewers! We are live and breaking on Shivangi Shukla getting the latest. Third day of the winter session has kicked off. Expected to be a stormy one once again. We'll get to all those updates. But the headlines. Top headlines we're talking right now. Russia ratifies key military pact with India days before President Putin's visit. We're getting big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Let's go straight across to the big update that is coming in for you. We see that it's a dramatic escalation of parliamentary tensions during the winter session. Veteran Congress MP Renuka Chaudhary has sparked outrage when she arrived with the Rajya Sabha with a stray puppy in tow. Very defiant, brushing off protocol concerns but declaring is there any law against it. Later statement, she now stays defiant and says if a privilege motion is moved against Remark, she will give a befitting reply to that. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Now, the latest update that we're getting for you right now is that the veteran Congress MP, Renuka Chaudhary, has sparked outrage when she arrived at the Rajya Sabha with a stray puppy in tow. Okay, we have those visuals for you as well.
मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल? मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल?
All right, viewers, so you heard that right over there. And this is coming in as a leader of opposition and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has stood by Renuka Chaudhary on the recent controversy of bringing a stray dog. And the matter has created a huge controversy. Let's go straight across to my colleague Rakshita. Rakshita, in a later statement, she says if a privilege motion is moved against her remark, she will give a befitting reply to that. Yes, Rakshita.
Well, it's comical the way she has responded with a bow. That's going really viral, and she's grabbing the headlines for the wrong reasons day in and day out. It's day 3, and on day 1 she brought in a stray puppy, and she said that there's no violation. However, of course there is a breach of security. There are rules in the parliament to bring any object or unauthorized person or even an animal, and this is the motion that will be moved on the security, which we understand the centre has been even you see the BJP MP Jagdambika Pal had on day 1 said that this is compromising with security. There should be no tamasha. And remember, Prime Minister had set the tone for this in the session, saying that there will be no room for tamasha, no room for drama in this session. But Renuka Chaudhary, from her comments on the MPs, the remarks, the insulting remark on the parliamentarians, because she had in fact compared the dog to the parliamentarians, saying that those sitting inside, they in fact bark. They are the ones who bite, not this one. This one is a harmless creature. Yesterday, the leader of opposition and Congress leader, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, also backed her comments. In fact, he said that this is what people are discussing today in the country, and pets are not allowed, I know, but inside pets are allowed. So he was in fact referring, we do know what he was insinuating, and that is what has completely not gone down at all with the centre, especially by the enter. Just take a listen into the reaction that has come in first, viewers.
क्या बोलूं, यही है, पोल्यूशन में लोग मर रहे हैं, वो किसी की फिक्र की बात नहीं है। BLO आत्महत्या कर ले रहे, वो उनके परिवार नाश हो गए, उसका कोई फिक्र नहीं है। ये लेबर लॉ जबरदस्ती हमारे सर पे थोप रहे हैं, उसका कोई परेशानी नहीं है। और ये आज के दिन ये जो टेलीफोन पे जबरदस्ती ऐप लगा रहे हैं, उसका कोई सवाल नहीं है। मगर रेणुका चौधरी का कुत्ता तो बवाल कर दिया है, तो मैं क्या बोलूं इसका। मैं जानवरों को मैं देखभाल करती हूं, मैं करूंगी, आगे भी बढ़ाऊंगी और करूंगा। और यहाँ ऐसा कोई कानून नहीं है कि कुत्ता हाउस में नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि मैं आपको वीडियो दिखाऊंगी। वाजपेयी जी बैलगाड़ी लेके आए थे, बैल लेके आए थे, और ये अपने आप को बड़ा हिंदू बोलते हैं। ये मालूम नहीं कि कुत्ता इतना वफादार है कि वो ऊपर तक गई दृष्टि से वही दिखाई कि वफादारी। खैर, वफादारी के बारे में ये क्या जाने।
रिजिजू जी ने एक ट्वीट भी किया है कि किस तरह से विरोधी जो ऑपोजिशन के एमपीज हैं उनका बिहेवियर अच्छा नहीं है, क्योंकि जब जॉर्जिया के डेलीगेशन बात करने के लिए तैयार हुआ तो उन्होंने बात नहीं करने दी।
तो रिजिजू हमको कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेट दे रहा है। अपने गलेबान में झांक के देख लीजिए, आपके मंत्री लोग जो किसानों को गाड़ी लेके जानबूझ के पीछे कमर में टकरा के उनको मरवा दिए, और जो हरियाणा महिलाओं के साथ जो बेइज्जती हुई, वो अपना मेडल तो फेंक देने तैयार थे। रिजिजू जी हमको कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेट देने के पहले अपना पार्टी का ठीक कर लीजिए।
कौन लेके आ रहे प्रिविलेज मोशन आपके अगेंस्ट?
मैं क्या जानूं, अगर उनके पास उतना टाइम है तो करे, मुझे क्या फिक्र है।
Across to my colleague Rakshita. Rakshita, we heard that statement of Renuka Chaudhary, but what is more surprising is that Rahul Gandhi has stood by Renuka Chaudhary and he has defended her getting that stray dog inside.
Yes, he was speaking to the media just yesterday, and he said that something happened yesterday, and he of course very visibly backed her comments, and the motion of course will be focusing on how she has insulted, of course, motion on security and how she has insulted the parliamentarians. So that will be the focus. And as Renuka Chaudhary's reaction was coming in, she has countered. She's not ready to budge. She's not ready to apologize, because BJP had also sought an apology. Remember when this controversy broke. Renuka Chaudhary says that there is nothing wrong in what she does. She continues to defend herself. She goes on in the past and cites incidents from history. She talks about Vajpayee when he came in a bullock cart and other such incidents. She's citing all the reasons. But the fact remains that this is a security issue primarily, and of course also how she has referenced how she has tried to draw parallels with the dog and those who sit inside the parliament, that is the seat of democracy, those who have been voted by the people of the country. I mean, that is, of course, once again, viewers, in the meantime, we will be getting you reaction that is coming in, because a privileged motion likely to be moved against Renuka Chaudhary. Listen to her latest statement.
Right, Rakshit, getting us all these top updates coming in on Republic TV, where we see that the LOP, Rahul Gandhi, has stood by Renuka Chaudhary on a recent controversy of bringing a stray dog into the parliament, and it's created a huge controversy. Gandhi has asked whether dogs are disallowed inside the parliament premises. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV with a new controversy.
क्या बोलूं, यही है, पोल्यूशन में लोग मर रहे हैं, वो किसी की फिक्र की बात नहीं है। BLO आत्महत्या कर ले रहे, वो उनके परिवार नाश हो गए, उसका कोई फिक्र नहीं है। ये लेबर लॉ जबरदस्ती हमारे सर पे थोप रहे हैं, उसका कोई परेशानी नहीं है। और ये आज के दिन ये जो टेलीफोन पे जबरदस्ती ऐप लगा रहे हैं, उसका कोई सवाल नहीं है। मगर रेणुका चौधरी का कुत्ता तो बवाल कर दिया है, तो मैं क्या बोलूं इसका। मैं जानवरों को मैं देखभाल करती हूँ, मैं करूंगी, आगे भी बढ़ाऊंगी और करूंगा। और यहाँ ऐसा कोई कानून नहीं है कि कुत्ता हाउस में नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि मैं आपको वीडियो दिखाऊंगी। वाजपेयी जी बैलगाड़ी लेके आए थे, बैल लेके आए थे, और ये अपने आप को बड़ा हिंदू हिंदू बोलते हैं। ये मालूम नहीं कि कुत्ता इतना वफादार है कि वो ऊपर तक गई दृष्टि से वही दिखाई कि वफादारी। खैर, वफादारी के बारे में ये क्या जाने।
किरण रिजिजू जी ने एक ट्वीट भी किया है कि किस तरह से विरोधी जो अपोजिशन के एमपीज हैं उनका बिहेवियर अच्छा नहीं है, क्योंकि जब जॉर्जिया के डेलीगेशन बात करने के लिए तैयार हुआ तो उन्होंने बात नहीं करने दी।
तो रिजिजू हमको कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेट दे रहा है। अपने गलेबान में झांक के देख लीजिए, आपके मंत्री लोग जो किसानों को गाड़ी लेके जानबूझ के पीछे कमर में टकरा के उनको मरवा दिए, और जो हरियाणा महिलाओं के साथ जो बेइज्जती हुई, वो अपना मेडल तो फेंक देने तैयार थे। रिजिजू जी, हमको कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेट देने के पहले अपना पार्टी का ठीक कर लीजिए।
कौन लेके आ रहे प्रिविलेज मोशन आपके अगेंस्ट?
मैं क्या जानूं, अगर उनके पास उतना टाइम है तो करे, मुझे क्या फिक्र है।
मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप?
और क्या बोले?
मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप?
और क्या बोले?
Crossing all limits of parliamentary decency, decorum, now Renuka Chaudhary has gone from sublime to absurd to ridiculous. When asked on the privilege motion that can be brought against her, she reacted by saying bow wow. First, she brought dog into the parliament. She compared MPs and the parliamentary staff to dogs who bite. Then she insulted Sena ka jawans. She said zulm hota hai army ke logon par. And now, on being asked about a constitutional process, parliamentary process, she mocks it derisively and responds with a bark. This might be the way of communication in a party which has more piddies and less people. It might be the communication in a party which values janwar more than janta. But clearly this is not on from constitutional and parliamentary perspective. This is not one-off incidents. Rahul Gandhi has come out and endorsed this. Renuka Chaudhary even insulted Hindus and Sanatan. When asked about Revanth Reddy's comment, she said, dogs are very close to Hinduism. We've seen Ragini Nayak, another spokesperson, make mockery of the chaiwala background of Prime Minister. This shows that Congress doesn't want D-se discussion, it wants D-se disruption and drama. It does not want N-se niti, it wants N-se narebazi. It does not want C-se conversation and consensus, it wants C-se confrontation. Even after the discussions on electoral reforms and other issues is taking place, Congress does not put national interest above parivar interest, and therefore it is trying very hard to distract from the real issues that should be discussed in Parliament by making such kind of absurd anti-Sanatan, anti-Sena, anti-Samvidhanic comments. Will Congress act on Renuka Chaudhary? Obviously not. Crossing.
All right, so Congress MP Renuka defiant on the privilege motion, which is mooted by the BJP. She's mocked that privilege motion. We'll get our viewers more updates coming in. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Breaking news is coming in. Delhi to Bengaluru Air India flight turned back at Delhi airport due to technical issue, viewers. Let's go straight across to one more issue which has come out. Technical problems creating more issues on Air India flights. We're getting you these updates coming in, viewers on Public TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening so far. And the latest update that we are getting for you. Delhi to Bengaluru Air India flight A321 turned back at the Delhi airport due to technical issues. A failure in the door and nose of the aircraft reported. I repeat, the issue is supposed to be in the door and the nose of the aircraft. That has been reported so far. So we'll just get our viewers more updates coming in. Technical snag once again has been reported in an Air India flight. Let's go straight across to Harsha. Harsha, yes, take our viewers through the latest coming in. This flight had to turn back.
It was the AI251 Delhi to Bangalore. This morning flight, it landed at around 5:25 a.m. in the Bengaluru airport, and it about the air turn back. It had actually to reach to Bengaluru at 5:25 a.m. in the morning, but because of technical issue in the aircraft itself, there was a door and the nose issue in the aircraft. There was some sort of failures in the door knob, and that is the reason why there was an air turn back mid-air only. That means the aircraft took off from the New Delhi airport, but it returned midway. Mid-air only this aircraft returned, and it didn't go to its actual destination, which was the Bengaluru airport. It landed back at the New Delhi airport only. There was an air turn back incident because of technical issue. Right now, the flight is grounded. Aircraft is grounded for further maintenance and repairing of the door issue. The passengers were compensated. They were asked to book the alternate flight, and also ones who wanted to cancel, they were given the full refund by the Air India.
All right, Harsha, before I let you go, also, we have to talk a little bit more about these technical issues which are always caught mid-air. And there has been so much of reportage we have done on Republic TV as well, highlighting how much inconvenience is it for the passengers. And more than that, it's a big safety concern.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, Shivani. There's a big safety concern because it also concerns the maintenance and repairing agencies of the Air India. Now, Air India, every flight of Air India, whenever it takes off from any particular destination, there's a proper checks which are done. And in most of the events, we have seen that there's no proper check, and subsequently, either sometimes there's a wing issue, there's a cockpit issue, there's an engine issue, and in this one, there's a door issue. The door didn't close, the long door didn't close. Also, there was an issue with the nose door up lock, and this was a particular issue because of which there was an air turn back. Imagine the passengers were seated, the flight took off from New Delhi airport, it was mid-air, and it didn't go to its original destination, Bangalore. Just 15 minutes after the takeoff, there was an air turn back event, and the flight landed back at New Delhi airport. Subsequently, the passengers went through a lot of inconvenience and trouble because it was the early morning flight, and Air India has also to understand that back-to-back they are receiving show-off notes from the regulatory body. They have to ensure passenger safety, but what on the other hand we are witnessing is that some or the other technical snags keep on appearing in the Air India flight, and now they have stopped issuing statements as well. Now it's the Republic, when we report, when we ask them for the statement, then only media statement is generated. Otherwise, there's no statements now from as well, because now these technical snag has been reoccurring issues and events in the Air India, which raises a lot of questions in the internal repairing and maintenance work of Air India as well. Back to you.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on that. Let's go ahead. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to Hyderabad. Chaos erupts at Rajiv Gandhi International Airport after delayed flights due to operational issues. Chaos at the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport. We'll try to go across to Ashwarya in a short while from now to understand what is happening on the ground. Wednesday morning, seeing a lot of chaos, and this is due to some operational issues. We see that a lot of issues are there. Passengers extremely worried, standing in line, getting these pictures. Furious passengers trying to check in. Airport staff struggling to address their grievances because there's so many of them. Ashwarya, what is happening right now? Are these problems sorted? Are the operational issues solved?
What we're learning right now is that most of the flights which belong to the Indigo have been delayed, either cancelled or delayed, but there was no proper response from the Indigo staff or the airlines. There was no proper communication from the airlines to the passengers, which led to a major chaos in the Rajiv Gandhi airport, because most of the flights which are delayed right now are the flights that should have been taken off yesterday night in the late evening flights. Most of them have been delayed over 7 hours, which led to a massive restlessness and among the passengers, which led to the chaos because there was no proper communication from the airline end to the passengers. But what we are learning is that this major delay is because of the crew schedule, the delayed crew schedule, the operational. There was no proper operational. No proper operational schedule that were given to the crew, and that led to this particular chaos among the Indigo staff. That led to the delays in flight, or most of them were cancelled. But what we're learning right now is that few of them have taken off, but most of the flights are yet to take off, and which led to the passengers in a huge chaos, and they are demanding the airlines to answer, because the flight has been delayed over 7 hours, over 8 hours. A flight which should have been taken off yesterday night, and till today morning, and until afternoon there's no response from the airlines. So the passengers are very irritated, very restless. They are facing huge restlessness, which led to the chaos, and Indigo is yet to answer and yet to reschedule all the flights which are cancelled.
Right. And, also, Ashura, we will talk a little bit more about what has really caused this chaos at the Hyderabad airport. If you can help our viewers understand whether all the safety protocols are being followed.
As I mentioned, most of the flights which were cancelled or delayed belong to the Indigo. So what we are learning is that what is allegedly that the cabin crew schedule, there was some misunderstanding or misscheduling in the cabin crew schedule, which led to the whole chaos, is what the inside source has been telling us. But there was some operational failure as well. There were two other problems, such as the cabin schedule was not in proper place. So there was a huge lot of confusion among the Indigo crew, which led to the chaos. And there was also, in a few flights, there were also operational problems, which led to the cancellations and further delay also.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this latest development. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Especially, as we count down to that important visit, Russian President Vladimir Putin will visit India on 4 to 5 December to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. One of the biggest outcomes of the visit will be the final approval of a new military agreement called the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement. Now, this agreement will allow Indian warships and military aircraft to refuel, restock food supplies, and carry out small repairs at Russian ports and air bases. Take a look.
Russian President Putin is scheduled to undertake an official state visit to India. This will mark the 23rd India-Russia annual visit, a mechanism established in 2000 that alternates between the two capitals and has continued almost uninterrupted even during periods of global tension. The most concrete deliverable expected from the visit is the final ratification of the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement, a pact first proposed in 2019 and initialed in 2021. Under its terms, Indian warships and military aircraft will receive facilitated access to Russian ports and airfields for refueling, replenishment, and minor repairs, while Russian forces will gain similar rights at select Indian facilities. The agreement is especially valuable for India in the Arctic, where Russia maintains an extensive network of bases along the Northern Sea route, and for Russia in the Indian Ocean, where India operates the largest number of forward logistics points among non-Western navies. Unlike the more intrusive Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement that India signed with the United States, RELOS is framed as a purely reciprocal arrangement without automatic basing rights or permanent foreign troop presence, which makes it politically easier to sell to the Indian Parliament and public. Beyond logistics, the two sides are expected to advance several major defense production programs that have been delayed by the Ukraine conflict and sanctions-related payment difficulties. India is seeking additional licensed production of the 11356 M-class guided missile frigates for its navy, with 2 ships already built in Russia and 4 more to be constructed at Goa shipyard with extensive Russian components. Progress is also anticipated on the joint manufacture of Ka-2260 light utility helicopters, where 60 units are to be assembled in India under the Make in India initiative, and on the long-pending acquisition of an additional batch of upgraded Mi-17 V5 medium-lift helicopters. The BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, already in service with all the 3 Indian services and now being exported to countries such as the Philippines, is likely to see new orders for its extended range and air-launched variants. Nuclear energy cooperation, another traditional pillar, will move forward with the detailed project report for Units 5 and 6 of the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu, built with Russian VVER-1000 reactors. Perhaps most importantly, the visit will serve as a public demonstration that the India-Russia strategic partnership remains resilient despite the transformed global landscape. For Moscow, India represents one of the few major economies still willing to engage in large-scale defense and energy transactions without succumbing to secondary sanctions threats. For New Delhi, Russia remains a reliable supplier capable of transferring sensitive technologies that Western partners continue to withhold, and a crucial hedge against over-dependence on any single source of military equipment. The visit therefore underscores India's determination to preserve strategic autonomy in an increasingly polarized world, while allowing Russia to show that its diplomatic and economic isolation is far from complete. The timing of this visit is particularly significant because it takes place against the backdrop of Russia's ongoing military operation in Ukraine, now in its 4th year, and the sweeping Western sanctions that have isolated Moscow from most traditional supply chains and financial systems. Despite intense pressure from the United States and the European Union, India has refused to join the sanctions regime, continued to purchase discounted Russian crude oil in large volumes, and maintained defense cooperation at pre-2022 levels. This stance has allowed Russia to keep critical hard currency revenues flowing while giving India access to military hardware and energy at prices lower than those available on the open market. The joint statement and the list of agreements signed during the visit will be closely passed in Western capitals, Beijing and other global centers of power as an indicator of how far two of the world's largest nations are prepared to go in sustaining a relationship that has endured longer than most contemporary alliances.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 2 minutes, where we get you what's happening from all across the nation. Starting off with the top stories coming in, fighting in Karnataka Congress does not seem to be stopping soon. High drama unfolded in front of AICC General Secretary K.C. Venugopal as he arrived at the Bengaluru airport. Congress workers shouted slogans in support of DK Shivakumar, demanding that DK be made the Chief Minister of the state. In a full-fledged show of strength, Shivakumar supporters gathered in large numbers shouting victory slogans. Counting of votes is underway for the 12 seats of all the MCD by polls. As per the latest, BJP took an early lead as Sumar Kumar Gupta and Anita Jain won the Chandni Chowk and Shalimar Bagh seats. Aam Aadmi Party also opened its account with Ram Swaroop Kanojia winning the Dakshinipuri seat. Now, security has been deployed at counting centres ahead of counting for the by polls. Response to the Ministry of Home Affairs order of renaming the governor's offices in the state, Telangana renames his Raj Bhavan. Raj Bhavan will now be officially called Raj Bhavan. Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir, West Bengal and Gujarat, among other states and union territories, have already been brought in the centre's order in effect, renaming the governor and lieutenant governor's offices. With hampered visibility and hazardous air, the national capital continues to choke. Visuals from the Akshardham area and Ames showed the city blanketed in thick layer of toxic smog. Air quality index around both the areas crossed 400 this morning, categorized as severe by the CPCB, hampering visibility. And cold wave continues to grip the Kashmir Valley as the temperature was again recorded below freezing point. Dense fog could be seen over the Dal Lake, hampering visibility. However, the Met Department has predicted no major rainfall in Kashmir till mid-December as La Nina is expected to weaken. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh slams Nehru, claims Nehru wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remark a lie.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
India's most watched news network now partners with global giant Sputnik for the high-stake visit of President Vladimir Putin. All eyes on New Delhi as major defense deals and strategic agreements take center stage. Stay tuned for the fastest and the most accurate coverage of President Putin's India visit only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। रिमक, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind.
India's most watched news network now partners with global giant Sputnik for the high-stake visit of President Vladimir Putin. All eyes on New Delhi as major defense deals and strategic agreements take center stage. Stay tuned for the fastest and the most accurate coverage of President Putin's India visit only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Live and Breaking at 12 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. All eyes, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be on the handshake of Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. And we here on Republic will be getting you the fastest updates. The meeting is going to be held tomorrow and day after, 2 days. And Republic getting you the fastest updates on that. And before we get you more inside details on what is expected in the meeting, let's first have a quick check of the headlines. Day 3 of Parliament winter session begins on stormy note. Opposition holds protests against new labour laws at Makardwar.
बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था मेरे बहन भाई।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh slams Jawaharlal Nehru, claims Nehru wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Row over Congress's AI video on Prime Minister Modi. BJP calls out opposition, claiming it a cheap tactic. Major speculations over Jharkhand Chief Minister's meet with the Prime Minister. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on December 4. Will the BJP and JMM ally? Chorus for DK Shivakumar as Karnataka Chief Minister goes. DK Shivakumar supporters gherao KC Venugopal at Bengaluru Airport. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's remarks on Hindu deities spark outrage. BJP now hits back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 3 of the winter session of the Parliament, and there is a huge debate over one topic, that is the Sanchar Sati app. Now, this app has been introduced by the government of India so that it can regulate the cyber fraud. But the opposition has time and again been calling it a privacy breach by the government, saying that this app is not needed and that it concerns the privacy of a specific person. However, now, ladies and gentlemen, after the huge uproar, the government has finally cleared the air for the second time, remember. This time it is Telecommunications Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia who has given out a statement saying that the app is not mandatory and it is upon the user to use the app or not, and if it is not needed, you might not install the app or may even delete the app. The government has cleared the air for the second time yesterday as well. It was Jyotiraditya Scindia who had given a statement in the Parliament saying that the app is not mandatory. We have that reaction from the Telecommunications Minister. On that note, let's listen in.
संचार साथी ऐप का प्रयोग हमने 2025 में हम लोग ने शुरुआत किया। अब संचार साथी क्या है? संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। और 20 करोड़ हिट सर हमारे पोर्टल पे हुए हैं, करीब 1.5 करोड़ ऐप डाउनलोड हुए, और इसी के आधार पर जन भागीदारी, इसकी सफलता सॉफ्टवेयर तो हमने बनाई है सरकार ने, पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए। और आज मैं रिकॉर्ड पे रखना चाहता हूं कि इस ऐप और पोर्टल के आधार पर 1.5 करोड़ मोबाइल कनेक्शन देश के अंदर डिस्कनेक्ट हुए हैं जो फ्रॉडुलेंट हैं, क्योंकि जनता ने रिपोर्ट किया है। करीब 26 लाख स्टोलन हैंडसेट हम लोग ने ट्रेस किए, 7 लाख स्टोलन हैंडसेट जो उपभोक्ता है उसे हमने वापस भी कर दिया है, और 41 लाख मोबाइल कनेक्शन डिस्कनेक्ट हुए हैं, 6 लाख फ्रॉड हम लोग ने ब्लॉक किए। इसी के आधार पर हम लोग ने ये कोशिश की कि हम लोग हर एक नागरिक को वो चॉइस दें, क्योंकि ऐप फोन पे है इसका मतलब नहीं है कि वो ऑटोमेटिकली ऑपरेट हो जाएगा। जब तक मैं उपभोक्ता के रूप में उसमें रजिस्टर ना करूं तब तक वो ऑपरेट नहीं होगा। और मैं उपभोक्ता के आधार पर, जैसे मेरे फोन पर सर ढेर सारे ऐप्स होते हैं, मैं उस ऐप को भी दबा के मैं डिलीट कर सकता हूं। तो ये लोकतंत्र में पूर्ण हक और अधिकार नागरिक का है सर। हम लोग ने केवल ये ऐप सभी को उपलब्ध कराने के लिए कदम लिया है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं सदन के पटल पे भी कहना चाहता हूं, हमारा कोई हट नहीं। इसकी सफलता का प्रयोग जनता के आधार पर हुआ है। फीडबैक हमें मिलेगा, उस फीडबैक के आधार पर अगर उस ऑर्डर में भी हम लोगों को कोई चेंज लाना है, उसके लिए भी हम लोग तैयार हैं। ये मैं अवश्य कहना चाहता हूं कि इस ऐप के आधार पर न स्नूपिंग संभव है, न स्नूपिंग होगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार देश की जनता के हाथों में अधिकार देना चाहती है ताकि वे अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख पाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
All right, so that was the Telecommunications Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia giving a statement in the Parliament, officially going on record, saying that snooping is not at all possible when it comes to the Sanchar Sati app. Rakshita, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast on that note. Rakshita, the government was all prepared today to counter the opposition on the Sanchar Sati app, and today, yet again, for the second time, the Telecommunications Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has cleared the air, saying that there is no way that snooping can happen if you download this app, and if you are so concerned about it, you as well may delete the app. If it's for the users, you may or may not download it.
Yeah, I mean, Jyotiraditya Scindia has, cited figures, facts and figures that how the Sati app Sanchar Sati app has actually helped in fighting against cyber crime and, of course, mobile thefts and the security risks that come in with with what is happening with the rising cyber crimes. And Jyotiraditya Scindia has also said, he has reiterated that there is no compulsion as far as the usage of this app is concerned. This app can be removed. One can choose to use or even remove this app. There is nothing to do with snooping. He has assured on the floor of the House, he has put it on record that snooping is not possible as far as this app is concerned. Now, the apprehensions that were raised by Ranadip Surjewala as he sought to have a debate in the Rajya Sabha on this, the opposition has been raising concerns as to there could be a backdoor, it could compromise the system, it could track the movement of the users, also talking about, also asking that the government should clarify who is the legal authority for mandating the non-removable app. Now, removability, non-removability have been the flashpoint. There have been some confusion because the Congress continues to raise such doubts as to it can be deleted or not, because there is this notification also that came in, which led to this controversy where it was said by the government that this cannot be, by the Department of Telecommunication, that it cannot be deleted. It will come pre-installed. But there has been a lot of pressure and a lot of questions being raised by the opposition. And now we see, just like yesterday, Jyotiraditya Scindia once again has cleared the air. Yesterday, he spoke to the media outside the Parliament. Today, on the floor of the House, because the opposition was looking to mount pressure on this issue as well. So he has, cleared the air about the ability to delete this app, and also that there are no snooping concerns, there are no security risks. This app, in fact, is to mitigate any security risk. This app is for complaining if there is if security is in fact compromised. And he has also cited how many of such incidents, he has cited the example of how they have in fact somewhere dealt with the rise in cybercrime thanks to this app. So yes, the government has been facing multiple questions regarding this app, and now Scindia, the Telecommunication Minister, has cleared the air and put it on record on the floor of the House. Tanisha.
All right, Rakshita, thank you very much for getting us those details. All eyes are now on how the government is going to counter the opposition. Moving on to some other stories that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh's statements on Jawaharlal Nehru. Today, early this morning, Rajnath Singh had given a statement and had brought the Babri debate back in focus, where he had said that it was Jawaharlal Nehru who wanted to use the public funds to revamp the Babri Masjid. And now this remark by the Defence Minister has become a huge point of debate among the opposition, with the opposition slamming the BJP and saying that an attempt is made to tarnish the image of Jawaharlal Nehru. First, let's listen into that big statement that Rajnath Singh gave today.
Complete lie by Rajnath Singh ji. We all know that Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel had a cordial relationship, and Pandit Nehru's logic was very simple. Public money should not be spent on any kind of mosque, temple, churches or gurudwaras. It should be people's contribution. People should contribute and build their beliefs. This thing, not government money should be there. Rajnath Singh ji is stooping to this level. He is spreading a lie. I condemn this kind of lies from Rajnath Singh.
सरकार के अंदर है कोई दस्तावेज दे दें. हमारे पास दस्तावेज हैं कि सरदार पटेल ने इनके जो पेरेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो विचारधारा है, उस विचारधारा के विरुद्ध जो पत्र लिखा था और उसके अंदर उसको बैन किया था, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है. तो ये ऐसी बात मत करें. सरकार के अंदर शामिल लोग अगर इस प्रकार की बातें करेंगे और इस प्रकार का झूठा नैरेटिव देश के अंदर फैलाएंगे तो ये बहुत ही दुखदायी है.
मुझे आज कष्ट सिर्फ एक बात का है, पीड़ा एक बात की है कि राजनाथ सिंह जी बोल रहे हैं. लगता है असर हो गया है कुछ उनको पार्टी में, या उन्हें मजबूर किया जा रहा है ऐसी बातें बोलने के लिए. सबको मालूम है नेहरू ने उन्हें उप प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, अपना गृह मंत्री बनाया, और दोनों में इतना सामंजस्य था. जब अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ लड़ते थे ना, तब जब आपकी पार्टी भाजपा का मात्र संगठन अंग्रेजों के साथ खड़ा था, तो राजनाथ जी न आपके इतिहास के साथ, न आपके व्यक्तित्व के साथ ये बात नहीं जाती है. हम इतना कहना चाहते हैं कि आज दोनों इस दुनिया में नहीं है, कम से कम उनका नाम लेकर झूठ बोलने का पाप मत करिए.
Rakshita continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Rakshita, this is a big statement that Defence Minister of India has given, hitting out at Jawaharlal Nehru, saying that he wanted to rebuild Babri Masjid. Congress, of course, has hit back at him. What are the other reactions that you're picking up from the Parliament? All right, we have dropped that line with Rakshita, but we'll try connecting back to her. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, listen in to what Rajnath Singh had to say, after which it ignited a huge political storm.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे. वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे. वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे. जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था. मेरे बहनों भाई, वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे. वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे. वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे. जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था. मेरे बहनों भाई,
Rakshita is joining me live from outside the Parliament. On that note, Rakshita, what are the other reactions that you're picking up from the Parliament as far as Rajnath's statement is concerned? The Congress, of course, has hit back, saying that it is an attempt made by the BJP to tarnish the image of Jawaharlal Nehru.
Yes, there's a war of words that has now broken out on Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister's statement on Babri Masjid. He was speaking on the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. He was talking about how Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was going to be the Congress president, but because Mahatma Gandhi had intervened, it was Nehru who got to become the first Prime Minister. Also, he went on to become the first Prime Minister, and very importantly, how he was the one who was looking for public funds to be used, raising public funds for the construction of Babri Masjid. However, it was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, as per Rajnath Singh, that who in fact stopped him from doing so. This is the matter of contention now between the two blocs. Opposition says, Congress says that there is no archival evidence of any such thing that has happened in the past. There is no evidence, and that Rajnath Singh, he is the defence minister, and it does not behoove him. He should not be speaking like this, and he is forced to say such words. He is forced to say such things. This is what the Congress has said today in the Parliament. When Rajnath Singh was just entering, he was asked by the media about the war of words that has now broken out, but he refused to comment on it. He remained silent.
All right, Rakshita, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing those details. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move across to other stories that are making international headlines. The United States President Donald Trump has declared that all documents signed by his predecessor, Joe Biden, using an auto pen, including pardons, orders and contracts, are now null and void. What does this mean for the United States politics? Take a look.
US President Donald Trump has issued a sweeping declaration. Any and all documents signed under Joe Biden via auto pen are hereby cancelled. This includes executive orders, memorandums, contracts, even pardons and commutations. The auto pen is a mechanical device that replicates a person's signature automatically. Long used by presidents from both parties for high volume or ceremonial paperwork. Trump argues the use of auto pen shows that the decisions lacked real oversight. Experts warn there is no clear legal basis for Donald Trump to unilaterally revoke such actions, as auto pen signed documents have been widely accepted as valid under US law for decades. Whether courts will uphold Trump's declaration remains uncertain. For now, the move deepens political divisions and sets up a major confrontation over the legacy of Biden administration.
Shifting our focus to more national breaking news that's coming in, supporters of Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar have created a high drama at Bengaluru airport as they gathered in large numbers and shouted victory slogans in front of the AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal. In a full-fledged show of strength, the workers repeatedly demanded that the party high command make DK Shivakumar the next chief minister. That's the latest breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, that's coming in as far as the power tussle in Karnataka is concerned. Yesterday was the second quote-unquote friendly breakfast meet, the truce meet that was held at DK Shivakumar's residence in Bengaluru, where DK Shivakumar had invited Siddaramaiah for a meeting. It was called the truce meeting after the power tussle in Karnataka. And amid all of this, today at a time when Siddaramaiah is meeting KC Venugopal, we see right at the moment at the Bengaluru airport, there were supporters of DK Shivakumar who stormed the airport, who screamed slogans and shouted slogans of DK Shivakumar, wanting him to become the chief minister. And look at the visual on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the Congress leader almost gherawing KC Venugopal, the AICC General Secretary, and telling him and asking him, demanding him rather, to make DK Shivakumar the chief minister of Karnataka. Let's listen into that full sequence. All right, more breaking news coming in this regard. We learned that KC Venugopal and Siddaramaiah have met. This comes after the truce meeting that was held at DK Shivakumar's residence. The Chief Minister of Karnataka meeting the High Command of Congress to sort out the power tussle in Karnataka. First pictures of that meeting from Republic Canada on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Siddaramaiah meeting the AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal, and this comes right after the second breakfast meeting that was held in Bengaluru, that was chaired, that was hosted by DK Shivakumar to end and clear the air on power tussle. Yesterday, in fact, both the leaders had also held a joint press conference. Abhishek is joining us live from Bangalore, and on that note, Abhishek, today is a very crucial meeting that Siddaramaiah is holding with the High Command. This time it's the AICC General Secretary KC Venugopal, and this comes at a time when the supporters of DK Shivakumar, the DK Shivakumar camp, almost gherawed the General Secretary of AICC and shouted the slogans of DK Shivakumar, wanting him to become the Chief Minister. So the pressure on the High Command is certainly mounting.
Tanisha, two breakfast meetings where CM and DCM had shared breakfast together to mention the fact that they are united in the party and the leadership will continue like how the leadership is ongoing in the state of Karnataka, and both of them claim that they would abide by the rules and regulations laid down by the High Command. After which we have seen a clear visual of the supporters of DK shouting the name of DK in front of KC Venugopal when he landed in Bengaluru airport, which clearly shows the fact that the supporters of DK aren't happy with the High Command until date because they want DK Shivakumar to be the Chief Minister of the state. On the other hand, we've also been informed that CM Siddaramaiah and KC Venugopal, the AICC General Secretary, have had a closed-door conversation in Bengaluru. This might be a very clear notation that the High Command has passed on the message to the CM Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar's camp as well. BK Hari Prasad, who is a senior congressman, is already in Bengaluru. It is believed that BK Hari Prasad had met Rahul Gandhi when he was in Delhi. On the other hand, we've also seen Mallikarjuna Kharge, Priyank Kharge have had their discussions with Rahul Gandhi. After which we've also seen camps from DK Shivakumar had been stationed in Delhi for a couple of days to have a conversation with the High Command to reiterate on the importance of elevating DK Shivakumar as the next Chief Minister. After all these hangama in the state politics, the High Command had telephoned Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar to make sure that they show the unity within the party so that in the upcoming assembly, which is supposed to be starting on December 8th, there is no agenda that BJP could take in against the Congress government. After which both these leaders shared the breakfast in both of their houses, and they also mentioned that Siddaramaiah will continue as the Chief Minister. However, CM Siddaramaiah mentioned that he would abide by the rules and regulations of the High Command, and also mentioned that DK Shivakumar will be the Chief Minister when the High Command wishes DK Shivakumar to be the Chief Minister. Sooner or later, Siddaramaiah very clearly mentioned his politics is not eternal. He will not have to. He very clearly said that it is not the politics that is eternal. So indirectly mentioning that he is ready to step down from the position of Chief Minister. After which all the eyes of the people in the state of Karnataka was on Bengaluru because KC Venugopal, who is also a major person in the High Command of the Congress, was supposed to visit Bengaluru, and as per the plan, he is in Bengaluru. Soon after he landed, DK supporters shouted the slogan DK in front of KC Venugopal, which clearly shows that people are for DK Shivakumar. People want DK Shivakumar to be the Chief Minister, whereas KC Venugopal didn't respond on this yet. However, Siddaramaiah and KC Venugopal have had a closed-door conversation, which is probably giving out another message about the High Command interfering in the state politics and informing Siddaramaiah what the next steps have to be taken in the next couple of days.
All right,
Tanisha.
Abhishek, yes, thank you very much for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, we're also getting in a response from Karnataka leader Satish Jharkhand, who has reiterated the final decision lies within the party high command. Listen in.
again ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಯಾರು ಬಿಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಯಾರು ಬಿಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅದೇನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಅವಧಿಗೂ ಬಿಡಬಹುದು ಅದೇನೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಲಂಬನೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
3+2 ಅಂತ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸಂಧಾನ ಸೂತ್ರ ಆಗಿತ್ತಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದೇನು ಯಾವುದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹಾಂ ಹೇಳಿ
30 ತಿಂಗಳು ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಯಾವಾಗಾದರೂ ಅಂತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಸಂದೇಶ ಆ ಥರ ಬರಬಹುದಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ನೀವು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನಮಗೆ ಕೇಳಿ ನಮಗೆ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನಮ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಬಿಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಇನ್ನು 10 ಸಾರಿ ಯಾರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಬಿಡಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಿಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದು ಯಾವಾಗಂತ ಅದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ವರಿಷ್ಠರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ಗೊಂದಲ ಆಗದೆ ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಯಸ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಶಾಸಕರು ಸೊ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು
ಹಾಂ ಕೊಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಮುಂಚೆನೂ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾಳೆ ಇದ್ದೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ
ದಲಿತ ಸಿಎಂ ಏನಾದರೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಇದೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಈಗ ಈ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲದ ನೋಡೋಣ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಬೆಳಗಾವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಇದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸೊ ಈಗ ಮುಗಿದಿದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಈಗ CM ಮುಗಿದು ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪದೇ ಅದೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅದೇ ಮಾಡೋಣ
ಸಂಪುಟ ಪುನರ್ರಚನೆ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಯ್ತಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ವರಿಷ್ಠರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ CM DCM ಕೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
And like the Congress minister said, the final decision lies within the party high command. It will be most awaited decision to watch on whether there will be a change in Chief Minister position or not. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's also have a quick check of all the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Sangamugam Beach near Thiruvananthapuram is all set to welcome President Draupadi Murmu for an operational demonstration by the Indian Navy. The operational demo will highlight the Navy's strength and combat readiness, featuring 19 major warships and 32 aircraft, including fighter jets and surveillance aircraft. The Prime Minister's office has been renamed as Seva Tirth. In a social media post, Union Home Minister Amit Shah mentioned that
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 3 of the winter session in Parliament, and the debates are about to begin on various issues now that a ceasefire-like situation has emerged between the opposition and the government. What are going to be the top agendas ahead of that big debate on electoral reforms coming in next week? We'll focus on that in this bulletin and more. But as always, let's start this live and breaking bulletin with the headlines. Day 3 of the winter session of the Parliament begins on a stormy note. Opposition holds protest against the new labour laws at Makardwar.
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh blasts Nehru and claims that Nehru wanted to use public funds to build a Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Row over Congress's AI video on Prime Minister Modi. BJP calls out opposition, claiming it as a cheap tactic. Major speculation over Jharkhand Chief Minister's meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on December 4th. Chorus for DK Shivakumar as Karnataka Chief Minister glows. DK's supporters gherav KC Venugopal at Bengaluru airport. Telangana's Chief Minister Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deity sparks huge controversy. BJP hits back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting this bulletin with our top focus being on Telangana's Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, who landed himself in a controversy after his insult to Hindu gods, wherein he said that since Hindu gods worship so many gods, Hindus, beg your pardon, worship so many gods, there is no consensus, and the BJP has now responded sharply, saying that the Congress will have to pay for its repeated insults at Hindu sentiments. That's the big controversy, ladies and gentlemen, that is coming in on Telangana's Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's numerous gods for Hindus remarks, further questioning the consensus within the Hindu fold. The BJP is now attacking the Congress Chief Minister of Telangana for attempting to divide yet again and insulting Hindu deities. Let's listen into the reactions coming in from the BJP after what Revanth Reddy has said, which has stirred a big storm.
देखिए, मौलाना मदनी हो या कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, दोनों के स्वर आज एक नजर आ रहे हैं। मैं तो धिक्कार शब्द से शुरू करूंगा कांग्रेस के लिए कि जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए, ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है। यह कांग्रेस पार्टी के मनसा के अंदर किस प्रकार से हिंदुओं के खिलाफ एक जहर भरा हुआ है वो दर्शाता है। रेवंत रेड्डी कहते हैं अपने एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी की मीटिंग में कि यदि भगवानों के बीच ही कंसेंसस नहीं है तो हमारे बीच में कंसेंसस कैसे हो सकता है, हम कैसे कंसेंसस बना सकते हैं। यह हिंदू धर्म क्या है? ये सनातन धर्म में 3 करोड़ देवी देवताएं हैं। बैचलर के लिए हनुमान जी हैं, जो 2 शादी करते हैं उनके लिए कोई और भगवान है, कोई ऐसे भगवान है जो शराब पसंद करते हैं, कोई ऐसे भगवान है जो टॉडी पसंद करते हैं, वेजिटेरियंस दाल रोटी खाने वालों के लिए एक अलग भगवान है। ये किस प्रकार की भाषा है रेवंत रेड्डी जी? यह जो आप ट्यूशन क्लास से सोनिया गांधी जी से और राहुल गांधी से सीख के आ रहे हैं कि जाइए और हनुमान जी, मां दुर्गा, शिव जी और विष्णु जी के खिलाफ बोलिए, आपको अभी भी समझ नहीं आया? सुदर्शन चक्र चला है कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर, छिन्न विच्छिन्न होकर पड़े हुए हैं, किसी भी राज्य में जीत नहीं हो रही है, जनता जनार्दन त्रिशूल चला रही है आपके ऊपर, और कांग्रेस की लंका को ध्वस्त कर दिया है हनुमान जी ने। फिर भी हनुमान जी, शिव जी और विष्णु जी के खिलाफ ये जो आप जहर उगल रहे हैं रेवंत रेड्डी जी, इसका खामियाजा कांग्रेस पार्टी को भुगतना पड़ेगा।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मुहिम चला रखा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, और जो भी इस तरह की बात बोलेगा ना वो भारत के संविधान में भरोसा रखता हो, ना वो भारत की संस्कृति से वास्ता रखता हो, वो कहीं न कहीं उसका इमोशन आक्रांताओं से, मुगल आक्रांताओं से जुड़ा रहा हो, वही व्यक्ति ऐसा बोल सकता है।
पहले भी कहा था कि कांग्रेस मुस्लिम जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, रेवंत रेड्डी के बयान की बात कर रहे हैं, रेवंत रेड्डी पहले भी ये बयान दे चुके हैं, कांग्रेस इज मुस्लिम, मुस्लिम इज कांग्रेस।
हाँ, तो डिक्लेयर करा दे कांग्रेस पार्टी को मुस्लिम लीग कांग्रेस पार्टी।
सर, मौलाना मदनी का कहना है कि स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए।
मौलाना मदनी को किसी इस्लामिक कंट्री में जाके एक अच्छे स्पीकर के रूप में उनको भेज दिया जाए। भारत में ऐसे लोगों की जरूरत नहीं है, ये विभेद पैदा करते हैं, हिंदुओं को गाली देने का काम करते हैं, और जिहाद का यहाँ कोई जगह नहीं है। जो जिहाद की बात करे उसको कानून के शिकंजों में बंद कर देनी चाहिए।
नहीं, ये लोगों को हिंदू का अपमान, हिंदू आस्था का अपमान कांग्रेस को और कांग्रेस के जो फ्रेंडली पार्टी है वो एक हैबिट बन गया है। जब भी देखो, कर्नाटक में देखो, केरल में, अभी तेलंगाना में।
Well, those are the big reactions coming in from the BJP and its leaders over the outrage of what Telangana's Chief Minister Revanth Reddy said. Let's also listen into that comment of Revanth Reddy that sparked this entire controversy.
హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు 3 కోట్లు
ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకు ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ, పోషమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి, కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండరు? ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లు ఉండరా? ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకు ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ, పోషమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి, కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and amidst the row over Revanth Reddy's comments, mass protests are being held across the state of Telangana. This is a live shot coming in from Hyderabad, where protesters are now get out by the police officers there attempting to bring the situation under control amid massive outrage over what Telangana's Chief Minister Revanth Reddy said about Hindus having crores and crores of gods existing for different purposes, and how that there is no consensus within the fold. The BJP has been voicing its opposition to Revanth Reddy's comments, saying that the Congress leader has once again attempted to malign and insult Hindu deities. Those are the live protest visuals coming in from Hyderabad in Telangana, where Hindu groups were protesting against the comments made by Revanth Reddy, alleging that it has hurt Hindu sentiments, and the police there, you can see, stuffing them in the vans as they attempted to protest and continue chanting there in Hyderabad. These are live visuals coming in from Telangana, where there is massive outrage over Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's comments, with the protesters saying once again that the Congress party and its leader, Chief Minister Revanth Reddy of Telangana, has insulted Hindu sentiments and Hindu deities by his insensitive remarks about Hindus not having consensus and having crores of gods. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the big controversy that is brewing. Just moments ago, we also saw the reactions coming in from the BJP on this entire controversy, where they have said that time and again it has been a pattern with the Congress party in this sense, where disrespect towards Hindu deities has been a consistent pattern. Earlier, we also had DMK, Indie Ally, which had earlier compared Sanatan Dharma to various diseases and the likes, and subsequently even refused to retract those comments or apologize for them. And now the Chief Minister of Telangana is in a controversy over hurting Hindu sentiments after he made a very objectionable comment regarding Hindu deities. And the protests now are breaking out across the state of Telangana, particularly in Hyderabad, where these visuals are from, where Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's insulting remarks towards Hindu gods and deities has been now questioned on the streets of Hyderabad. Those are the live visuals, ladies and gentlemen, that we're tracking in this developing story, as the Congress party is yet to reply. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy also yet to retract his statement or offer an apology, and the protests now continue in the interim. That's the big story coming in from Telangana, ladies and gentlemen. In the interim, the BJP is gearing up for the election season in the year 2026. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today held a meeting with the Bharatiya Janata Party members of parliament to discuss the preparations for the upcoming state assembly elections in 2026, namely in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry and Assam. And he also discussed the law and order situation in these states, saying particularly in the case of West Bengal that incidents of assaults on members of parliament such as Khagen Murmu must be highlighted effectively so that the people understand the state of violence that has been attributed to the TMC in West Bengal. That's the big breaking news update coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple of days ago, we saw the Prime Minister on the steps of the Parliament saying that the opposition must now come to terms with its electoral losses in Bihar and also cut its losses and face the reality as it becomes more and more clearer for the upcoming elections. And now the Prime Minister has already held a meeting with members of Parliament discussing the electoral strategy once again for 2026 elections. My colleague Rakshita joins us live on the broadcast, reporting for us from the Parliament with more details on this story. Rakshita, do tell us the inside details of that very key meeting of Prime Minister Modi with members of Parliament and how the BJP is already looking at the 2026 electoral battle.
Well, the preparations have kick-started. As you can see clearly, the Prime Minister is here to set the agenda for all the MPs from Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. Bengal, of course, remains very much focused on the SIR right now. And SIR debate is going to happen next week on the 9th of December. So yes, communication from the Prime Minister on that, the government stance on the SIR issue that is being called the electoral reforms. That will be the focus of this meeting between the Prime Minister and the Bengal BJP MPs from both houses. At the same time, of course, BJP is going to go all guns blazing on the law and order issue in West Bengal. The breakdown of law and order that we have been witnessing, Republic TV has also been closely tracking right from the incident regarding the attack on BJP leaders, as you just mentioned. That apart from the women's security, also one of the issues. So to lay the groundwork for the upcoming polls in West Bengal is the agenda of this meeting. And also the current situation requires that there should be more of a public outreach. That is the Prime Minister's message to the MPs from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. There are a total of 12 MPs in Lok Sabha and 2 MPs from Rajya Sabha as far as West Bengal is concerned. So yes, there has to be a clear-cut strategy which the Prime Minister is pushing for, and most importantly, to go on ground. All foot on, there should be more of a ground effort being made for public outreach to, in fact, also counter the narrative that is being weaved by the TMC around the SIR, because Mamata Banerjee has been at the forefront of protesting against the SIR. Also, remember the death of BLO. Death of BLO is an issue that she has been raising as well. So yes, SIR becomes a flashpoint even next week in the Parliament, and also for the Legislative Assembly sessions also in West Bengal. So a clear-cut agenda for that is being set by the Prime Minister. How to go about it, what should be the focus points of the BJP for the upcoming elections also, and of course this Legislative Assembly and the Parliament session as well.
All right, thank you so much, Rakshita, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, the BJP is already on a war path for the 2026 electoral cycle, and that was the key meeting of the Prime Minister taking place at the Parliament with members of Parliament. Moving on to more details that we are tracking for you this afternoon. At the India World Annual Conclave 2025 in Delhi, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar spotlighted India's emergence as a global hub, a preferred hub for high-value global work, declaring that in the era of mobile capital and immobile borders, underscoring India's demographic dividends, Jaishankar said and noted that India has already been one of the 1/6 nations of the global's population and is also closer to becoming the 4th of the world's young working age force. Let's listen into what Dr. Jaishankar said.
So far, I have spoken about the mobility of people, but I also want to highlight that work can also be mobile. That, if the talent doesn't go out, the out comes to the talent. And we have actually seen this growth of what are called global capability centers in the last few years. I understand today that there are in this country about 1,700 global capability centers, which are about half, they constitute about half the global capability centers in the world. And these are centers where global business has found it more effective, more efficient, really to send the business out and to utilize the talent in a different geography. And obviously, given the availability of the talent and the efficiency of it in India, we are a strong attractor of that. Again, there are estimates that about 2 million people are currently employed in global capability centers, and I think the rough revenue estimates which people put for global capability centers is somewhere between $65 to $75 billion currently a year. And looking ahead, I mean, certainly as we are moving to an era of AI, of higher skills, of advanced manufacturing, and also of, as I said, of social services of various kinds. We do anticipate a world which will put a greater premium on mobility. And we see ourselves, we are 1/6 of the world's population. But I think if you look in terms of the younger working age population, we would be somewhere between 1/6 and 1/4, would be closer to 1/4 actually of the global workforce of a certain demography.
In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, the political theatre in Karnataka is bringing up more exciting details. Republic Kannada has some inside details on the visit of KC Venugopal and his meeting with Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Details suggest that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has allegedly told KC Venugopal that he's ready to continue as Chief Minister, but if Rahul Gandhi indicates otherwise, then he's willing to step down. That's the inside scoop that Republic Kannada is bringing for us this afternoon in the Karnataka political theatre for the Chief Minister's chair. Sources say the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has indicated to KC Venugopal, who is believed to be a very key aide of Rahul Gandhi, that he wants to continue as the Chief Minister, but he's willing to step down if Rahul indicates that it's perhaps time for DKS to take over. Interestingly, this comment comes just a day after yesterday Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, during a press conference when he was asked point blank on when will DKS become the Chief Minister, he said that when the High Command decides. So this is in continuance to what Siddaramaiah said yesterday. My colleague Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast with more details on that story. Abhishek, for a second straight day, inside details and Siddaramaiah's admissions yesterday in the press conference telling us that the groundwork has been laid for DKS to be Chief Minister. The ball is in the High Command and particularly in Rahul's court.
Some of the major submissions made by CM Siddaramaiah in front of KC Venugopal in a closed-door meeting is that there are no ED or IT cases against the CM Siddaramaiah. There is no disturbance within the party. The entire MLAs in the party are in support of Siddaramaiah. Not also that Siddaramaiah has always been a leader who supports the minority communities, and the entire minority community is with the support of CM Siddaramaiah. These are the submissions kept in front of KC Venugopal. CM Siddaramaiah himself mentioned that if at all the High Command wishes to change the Chief Minister, he will abide by the conditions laid on by the High Command. However, he also mentioned that after the telephonic conversation between KC Venugopal, who mentioned Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar to have breakfast and sort out things between them and easen up things within the Karnataka Congress, Siddaramaiah mentioned that they have discussed on the guidance of KC Venugopal. It is also mentioned that Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar have also come into an agreement with respect to the change of leadership in the next couple of months. DK Shivakumar might have also accepted the fact that he will abide by the regulations or the rules laid down by the High Command of the Congress. KC Venugopal demanded or questioned Siddaramaiah if he has to say anything other than this, and he also congratulated Siddaramaiah for hosting breakfast for DK Shivakumar, and also he had the mutual feeling towards DK Shivakumar as well. So this is the inside scoop of what happened between KC Venugopal and Siddaramaiah when they met at Bengaluru even today. Despite this being a clear conversation which happened in a closed door, the information is that Siddaramaiah might continue for the next 2 to 3 months. KC Venugopal has assured that he will have a conversation and he will also bring to the information of Sonia Gandhi about what is to be done in the next couple of days. But at the same point of time, Siddaramaiah has mentioned to rethink on the repercussions of changing the Chief Minister when the government is running smoothly without any issues. And this indirectly has mentioned KC Venugopal, this indirectly has gone to the KC Venugopal's attention, stating that there is no requirement for the change of Chief Minister, but however, if the High Command wishes to, Siddaramaiah is ready to step down. Kritarth.
All right, thank you so much, Abhishek, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in from Karnataka on the Chief Minister saga. In the interim, let me also bring you all the top updates from across Bharat that we are tracking for you. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A big revelation was made in Nathdwara, Rajasthan, where police achieved a big success by seizing pickup loaded with explosives. Reportedly, these explosives could have caused a havoc in a 10-kilometer area radius. During the investigation, it was found that the explosives were being transported from Amit to Nathdwara. Further investigation into the matter is underway. Wednesday morning at Hyderabad's Rajiv Gandhi International Airport was full of chaos as operational issues caused flight delays. As furious passengers tried to check in, the airport staff struggled to address their grievances. This comes a day after RGIA received a threat email warning of certain antisocial elements who are planning to carry out an attack using remote-controlled explosive devices on board the flight once it landed in Hyderabad. In a recent video going viral, Rewa Congress youth leader Avnish Singh Gaharwar was caught selling drugs on camera. Following this, the party has expelled him for 6 years. In the video, it can be seen that Gaharwar was selling Corex syrup and brown sugar, which has raised concerns and questions about how this activity went unnoticed by the police and who are actively campaigning against the drugs. Clashes broke out between students and security personnel at Banaras Hindu University late at night, leaving about 100 people injured. The violence involved stone pelting and vandalism. The vehicles, flower pots and chairs were damaged in the process. The trouble began ahead of the Kashi Tamil Sangamam event, scheduled to welcome 216 students to the campus. Further investigation in the matter is still ongoing. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for this edition of Live and Breaking, but do not go anywhere, because when we come back, a big row is emerging now over Congress's AI video of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The BJP is calling it a very cheap tactic, and when we come back, we'll bring you the reactions coming in on this new political row emerging over an AI video of the Prime Minister. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Republic is Live and Breaking.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। रिमर्क, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
I want Gen Z of this country to know that their country will be taken over by foreigners. Don't let Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Kharge confuse you about SIR. SIR is an attempt by the Election Commission to clean up the electoral rolls which have been infiltrated by infiltrators. India is for Indians. India is not for Bangladeshis. They will take our jobs, they will take our livelihoods, they will take our land, they will challenge our way of life. We have to put an end to this. Look at what Mamata Banerjee has done in Bengal. These are the vote banks of Congress Party and Mamata Banerjee. Did the infiltrator follow the rules while infiltrating into my country and threatening my existence? Can we make infiltration into a national issue? This is not about politics and politicians. This is about you.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned...
India's most watched news network now partners with global giant Sputnik for the high-stake visit of President Vladimir Putin. All eyes on New Delhi as major defense deals and strategic agreements take center stage. Stay tuned for the fastest and the most accurate coverage of President Putin's India visit only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, I'm breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. We're counting down to the Modi-Putin handshake, where both the leaders will review their bilateral ties. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Day 3 of Parliament winter session begins on stormy note. Opposition holds protests against new labour laws at Makardwar.
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh slams Nehru and claims Nehru wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Big row over Congress's AI video and PM Modi. BJP calls out opposition, claiming it as a cheap tactic. Major speculation over Jharkhand. CMs meet with PM. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on December 4th. Chorus for DK Shivakumar as Karnataka CM grows DKS supporters Gherao, KC, Venugopal and Bengaluru airport. Telangana CM Revanth Reddy's remarks on Hindu deity sparks a huge controversy. BJP hits back. Big updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV, and let's go straight across to what is happening. Court sends Rahul Ishwar to police custody, accepting the custody application filed by the police. Additional Chief Judicial Magistrate Court granted Rahul Ishwar in police custody for 2 days in connection with the case registered for disclosing the identity of the woman who raised sexual exploitation allegations against Congress MLA Rahul Mamkutatil. And since he was on hunger strike, the health condition of Rahul Ishwar was not well and he has been taken to a hospital for providing necessary care, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Court sends Rahul Ishwar to police custody. That's the latest that we're tracking for you here. And this is coming in as we see that Shankar is joining us. Shankar, okay, so we see that after revealing identity of the alleged survivor who had accused Rahul Mamkutatil of rape and coerced termination of pregnancy, and after that we see that Rahul Ishwar was arrested. Now he's been sent to police custody. However, he is still on a hunger strike. Well, that's what he is saying.
Yes, Rahul Ishwar has been on a hunger strike ever since he was arrested 2 days ago. He was arrested on charges under Section 72.
On charges under Section 72 and 79 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita for disclosing the identity of the victim and also for outraging the modesty of the relevant sections of BNS were charged against Rahul Ishwar, the right-wing commentator and men's rights activist who was arrested from his house so dramatically by a team of police 2 days ago, and he was later remanded in judicial custody for 14 days by a court here. While being in judicial custody, he remained on hunger strike ever since he was remanded, and he is still continuing in the hunger strike. Today on Wednesday, the Chief Judicial Magistrate Court accepting the custody application filed by the police team. The Chief Judicial Magistrate Court granted him 2 days of accepted the custody application and granted him in police custody for 2 days. However, when he was produced before a hospital for medical examination, the doctors opined that his health condition remained critical because of his continuous fasting as he is on a hunger strike. So the doctors recommended him treatment, and he is being treated at a private hospital here. Only after getting a medical report, the prop team will take him in custody and will go for evidence collections at the Techno Park where he is working, and also his house. A raid was conducted 2 days ago at his house, and they seized several digital devices as well. Now more evidence have to be collected and he will be taken for evidence collection, but the prop team is still confused as his health condition remain critical, and they may not be able to, not critical, his health is very weak, and the prop team may not be able to take him for evidence collection. And in the meantime, a big development is taking inside the District Session Court, where the pre-arrest bail application of Rahul Mangutathil is being considered. Yes. Rahul Mangutathil is still absconding, and Rahul Mangutathil is...
Yes, Shankar, I will be coming back to you for more developing story that you are tracking, but I have to really move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're getting here on Republic TV. All right, let's move ahead. Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has cleared the air on the Sanchar Sati app, and he said it's designed to protect its user from cyber fraud. He also said that if they wanted to delete the app, they're more than welcome to delete it. The app has, in fact, successfully cut off a significant number of fraudulent mobile connections, aiming to ensure the safety and security of telecom users. However, the government clarified that using the app is optional. It's ultimately up to the phone owner to decide whether to install and use that app. Yes! Sanchar Sati is to protect from cyber fraud. That is what Jyotiraditya Scindia has said. Let's go and play that for you, viewers.
संचार साथी ऐप का प्रयोग हमने 2025 में हम लोग ने शुरुआत किया। अब संचार साथी क्या है? संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर, जन भागीदारी के आधार पर, आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। और 20 करोड़ हिट सर हमारे पोर्टल पे हुए हैं, करीब 1.5 करोड़ ऐप डाउनलोड हुए, और इसी के आधार पर जन भागीदारी, इसकी सफलता, सॉफ्टवेयर तो हमने बनाई है सरकार ने, पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए। और आज मैं रिकॉर्ड पे रखना चाहता हूं कि इस ऐप और पोर्टल के आधार पर 1.5 करोड़ मोबाइल कनेक्शन देश के अंदर डिस्कनेक्ट हुए हैं जो फ्रॉडुलेंट हैं, क्योंकि जनता ने रिपोर्ट किया है। करीब 26 लाख स्टोलन हैंडसेट हम लोग ने ट्रेस किए, 7 लाख स्टोलन हैंडसेट जो उपभोक्ता है उसे हमने वापस भी कर दिया है, और 41 लाख मोबाइल कनेक्शन डिस्कनेक्ट हुए हैं, 6 लाख फ्रॉड हम लोग ने ब्लॉक किए। इसी के आधार पर हम लोग ने ये कोशिश की कि हम लोग हर एक नागरिक को वो चॉइस दें, क्योंकि ऐप फोन पे है, इसका मतलब नहीं है कि वो ऑटोमेटिकली ऑपरेट हो जाएगा। जब तक मैं उपभोक्ता के रूप में उसमें रजिस्टर ना करूं, तब तक वो ऑपरेट नहीं होगा। और मैं उपभोक्ता के आधार पर, जैसे मेरे फोन पर सर ढेर सारे ऐप्स होते हैं, मैं उस ऐप को भी दबा के मैं डिलीट कर सकता हूं। तो ये लोकतंत्र में पूर्ण हक और अधिकार नागरिक का है सर। हम लोग ने केवल ये ऐप सभी को उपलब्ध कराने के लिए कदम लिया है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं सदन के पटल पे भी कहना चाहता हूं, हमारा कोई हट नहीं। इसकी सफलता का प्रयोग जनता के आधार पर हुआ है। फीडबैक हमें मिलेगा, उस फीडबैक के आधार पर अगर उस ऑर्डर में भी हम लोगों को कोई चेंज लाना है, उसके लिए भी हम लोग तैयार हैं। ये मैं अवश्य कहना चाहता हूं कि इस ऐप के आधार पर न स्नूपिंग संभव है, न स्नूपिंग होगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार देश की जनता के हाथों में अधिकार देना चाहती है ताकि वे अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख पाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
Yes. Okay, let's go across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us Rakshita joining us live. Rakshita, you know, first we saw huge furor which erupted over this app, and now we see that Scindia has made some clarifications on it. Yes, over to you.
For a second straight day, Shivangi, Jyotiraditya Scindia, the telecom minister, has made clarifications. Yesterday it was outside the parliament. Today on the floor of the house, he has put it on record. And that, of course, is a very, very important point to know, that he has put it on record and assured that there is no snooping, first of all, that can take place or will take place via this app. It is for the benefit, it is for the security of those people who have signed up for this app. It is for the protection of the mobile phone users. They are the primary beneficiaries of that. Now, the important objections that were made by the opposition was that this app cannot be deleted and it comes pre-installed. Today, Jyotiraditya Scindia has clarified that, first of all, to get this, app activated, one has to register. If someone has a handset which has this app pre-installed, one has to first register. Unless you register, it cannot be activated. So it is all voluntary. There's no compulsion for that. Secondly, if someone wants to delete this, just like any other app, this app can also be deleted, like in Apple, iOS, or in Android. So what he has said is that these two concerns raised by you see what Randeep Surjewala in the Rajya Sabha had also sought a discussion on it, raising concerns that it could track and it could also work as a kill switch, it could compromise the security. All that has been countered by Jyotiraditya
Hold on for a second. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Rakshita, hold on. Amit Shah is chairing a high-level meeting with Andhra in the parliament. Big update coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's go ahead and see what is happening. Lot of updates. Third day of the winter parliament session is leading to a lot of meetings that we have been speaking about since the morning today. Amit Shah is meeting JP Nadda in the parliament as we speak. This is coming in as a key meet between JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah. Okay, I want to go back to my colleague. We are being joined once again by Rakshita. Rakshita, high-level meet over election of BJP president underway. This is what we are learning of. Rakshita.
Yes, there has been, of course, a lot of meetings for the past 6 months, if you see, or at least the past 3 months. We've seen that back in August also you had a parliamentary meeting of the BJP also. That, of course, continues to focus on the election of the next president of the BJP. Now, sources tell us that right now, as we speak, Home Minister Amit Shah is holding a meeting with JP Nadda for the same. It's a high-level meeting that is right now going on between the two leaders. And this, of course, we understand is, as per sources, is in connection with who will be the next BJP president of, who will be the next president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, because JP Nadda's term has, of course, been completed. There were, of course, a lot of, back-to-back state elections also, and given the fact that there was a national election that JP Nadda had oversaw, and now we see that he continues to lead the party after back-to-back wins in Bihar. We've seen that he was again very much active, and now, as per sources, that there is some brainstorming going on. The BJP is in a huddle regarding who will be the next president of the BJP, and of course the other issues regarding the parliament winter session.
That's right. So we see that after the Bihar polls, Rajnath Singh had indicated there will be a new BJP president. But he also said there is no dispute in the party over who the new BJP president would be, Rakshita. So that's very important for us to point out. However, the announcement is still awaited.
Yes, Absolutely. There has been, of course, a growing, curiosity as to why there has been no name settled yet. There were many names that had come in, a few months back, if you remember. Will it be somebody from the south? Will it be somebody from north? RSS roots, so on and so forth. There were a lot of questions being raised. Many names were doing the rounds just a few months ago. But right now, there is no, clarity as to who is one of the contenders, who are the contenders. There's no clarity yet. And yes, as talking about the dispute factor, the dispute part, reports have been quashed. Such claims have been quashed by BJP itself. And what we understand is that it will be taking this process will be carried out in the way the BJP, the way it happens in the BJP. Whenever a president has been elected, the due process will be followed. But yes, who are the candidates, the contenders for that top job? That is something that they will be brainstorming about, and how to initiate that process.
All right, well, thank you for getting us all those details, Rakshita. I'll be coming back to you for more. We have to move ahead right now. Getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's go straight across. Next to the breaking up is a charge exchange that has further fueled national debates on religious education and semantics. The Jamiat Ulama-i-Hind, the President Maulana Mahmood Madani, during a confrontation with Republic Bharat, evaded direct responses to probing questions about incorporating jihad into school curricula. Okay, despite his earlier emphatic endorsement, let's go and play out that entire statement.
सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट सर, आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं सर, आपकी जो राय है आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट सर, आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं सर, आपकी जो राय है आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड
Komal is joining us. Komal, there was a confrontation there, and this is coming after we see Madani had asserted that the concept of jihad is sacred and should be included in school education to help children understand its true meaning. However, when Republic tried to confront Madani on this, he did not have much to say. He's evading the question.
बिल्कुल, देखिए अगर महमूद मदनी की बात करें तो हमेशा वो अपने कंट्रोवर्शियल बयानों को लेकर के जो है वो चर्चा में रहते हैं, और ऐसे में यहीं पे हम पहुंचे थे। ये उनका ऑफिस है, जमीयत उलेमा-ए-हिंद का ये ऑफिस है, जहां पे अंदर एक मीटिंग में जो है महमूद मदनी जो है वो प्रेजेंट थे। लेकिन ऐसे में हम उनसे लगातार सवाल करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सबसे पहले जब हम यहाँ पे पहुँचते हैं तो थोड़ा विरोध का भी सामना हमें करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि उनका यही कहना होता है अच्छा आप रिपब्लिक भारत से आ गए। हमारे सवालों से अमूमन देखिए जिस तरह से वो भागते नजर आए हैं, तो ऐसे में देखिए वो जवाब देने से भी कतरते हुए नजर आ रहे थे, और उनका साफ तौर पर यही कहना था। देखिए जब उनसे सवाल कर रहे थे कि इसके पहले जो आप बयान दे रहे थे उसमें आपने एक एजेंडा फिक्स किया, यानी महमूद मदनी ने एक एजेंडा फिक्स कर दिया कि जो जिहाद है उसको स्कूलों में है पढ़ाना चाहिए। साफ तौर पर कई बार जो है एक विशेष समुदाय की अगर हम बात करें, कट्टरपंथियों की तरफ से जो है नापाक मंसूबों को जब अंजाम दिया जाता है तो जिहाद शब्द का इस्तेमाल उसमें कई बार देखने को मिला है। लेकिन ऐसे में उसी जिहाद शब्द को ये पवित्र बताते हैं, उसके बाद कहते हैं स्कूलों में भी बच्चों को पढ़ा देना चाहिए। और ये वही महमूद मदनी है जिन्हें कुछ दिन पहले तक जो है वंदे मातरम बोलने से जो है उस पर वो आपत्ति जता रहे थे। वो कह रहे थे कि हम वंदे मातरम नहीं बोलेंगे, वंदे मातरम बोलने में इनका दर्द जो है वो छलकता है। लेकिन अब वही कह रहे हैं कि जिहाद शब्द जो है पवित्र है, उसको स्कूलों में पढ़ाना चाहिए। और यही सवाल जब हम किए कि भाई जिहाद शब्द स्कूलों में उसका क्या कुछ मतलब है, कई बार नापाक इरादों को अंजाम देते हुए जब लोग नजर आते हैं जिहाद शब्द का इस्तेमाल होता है, तो ऐसे में आप उस शब्द को पवित्र बता रहे हैं, आप स्कूलों में पढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं, शिक्षा के मंदिर में पढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं। तो इन सवालों से महमूद मदनी जो है किस तरह से भागते हुए नजर आए हैं वो आप देख सकते हैं। जब हम यहाँ पहुँचे थे तो उस समय भी देखिए एक विरोध जो है वो हमें देखने को मिल रहा था, क्योंकि हम सही सवाल करते हैं और उन्हीं से सवाल, क्योंकि जो बयान उन्होंने दिया है वही बयान पर हमारा सवाल था कि भैया अगर आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये स्कूलों में पढ़ाना चाहिए तो क्यों ऐसा लग रहा है, क्यों वंदे मातरम बोलने पर आपको दुख हो जाता है, आप आपत्ति जताने लगते हैं, लेकिन वही बात जिहाद की होती है तो आप उसको पवित्र बताते हैं, स्कूलों में पढ़ाने की बात भी आप कर देते हैं। तो ऐसे में इतना विरोधाभास, इतना दोहरा चेहरा कैसे हो सकता है? तो इसी सवालों के जवाब से देखिए किस तरह से महमूद मदनी जो है वो भागते हुए नजर आए हैं। जी
Yes, well, thank you, Komal, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. And viewers, we have to move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. It's a countdown, viewers, because we see the President Putin will arrive in New Delhi, and the first thing will be a private dinner, which will be hosted by Prime Minister Modi for Vladimir Putin. It's a very important visit, which is coming in. Thursday night is when it happened, and on Friday, he will be accorded ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, followed by a Rajghat tribute. He will later meet Prime Minister Modi. Huge updates coming in, viewers. Counting down for that meet. It's an inside scoop the Republic TV has got on the PM Modi-Putin meeting. Russian President Putin will visit India this week for a summit focused on strengthening economic, defense and energy ties. And this is coming in as Putin is going to arrive on Thursday and then hold talks with PM Modi on Friday. And both sides will be reviewing bilateral cooperation, discuss key regional issues and sign many agreements, defense being one of the top agreements that we can expect more movement on. Oil and other issues will be on the agenda of the Modi-Putin meet. And like we said, that once Putin arrives, there will be a dinner between the two leaders. So the Republic gets to the inside details of the Modi-Putin meet. We're counting down to that. Okay, let's go straight across to Abhishek, who's joining us. All right, senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining. Abhishek, you know, this is a very big meet that we're counting down to, and the special coverage right here on Republic TV. But there's so much on the agenda. If you could help our viewers understand, what can we expect from this much anticipated meet?
Well, you know, this is one geopolitical event that's going to be closely watched around the world capitals. This is, remember, a global geopolitical event, a geostrategic event that's really panning out over the next 2 days, beginning tomorrow when President Putin arrives in the evening. And he's going to be there. We are told that he's going to be beginning or hit the ground running, meeting Prime Minister Modi at 7 LKM tomorrow evening itself. And then because it's a state visit, the day after tomorrow, beginning with the ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, to going to the Rajghat, to the Hyderabad house, delegation talks, restricted format talks, and then there is a business summit that the two leaders are going to jointly address at Bharat Mandapam in the afternoon. President Putin is also going to inaugurate the Russia Today operations in India, and then of course the state banquet, and before that meeting President Draupadi Murmu, and then of course he flies out late in the evening of 5th of December, which is day after tomorrow. That's how the engagements look like as of now. But what is important is that what's really on the table. And that is a complete appraisal of the India-Russia relationship. And the reason why I said the world community would be closely watching, world capitals would be closely watching, world leaders would be closely watching is because India has played an important role this side of Suez in having a two-way dialogue between Ukraine and Russia to bring an end to the war. Prime Minister Modi leading with that very famous quote now of this is not an era of wars. So everyone would be watching closely. Also, the fact that the West accuses India of indirectly financing the war machine of Russia by bankrolling Russian oil industry, because we have been purchasing Russian oil. That's something which is going to be on the table. India has maintained that we are guided by our national interest, by our own energy security needs and the needs of our citizens in terms of this decision to buy Russian oil, even if there is a bit of taper or up and down. And that's essentially a reflection of the industry dynamics and demand dynamics. Apart from that, coming as it does on the back of Operation Sindoor, and the fact that almost 40% of Indian war machine still remains of Russian vintage. In the case of IAF, maybe up to 60%. So the fact that platforms like S-400 played a crucial role during Operation Sindoor and in its success, that's really firmly on the table. We had Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov yesterday mentioning how both S-400 and Sukhoi 57s are there firmly on the table insofar as discussion on the defense trade aspect is concerned. Overall, defense, energy security, economy and the fact that India and Russia have been in talks for a while to strengthen and operationalize a mechanism of trade in respective national currencies, so that the restrictions that are in operation because of sanctions imposed by the West, specifically the United States, those can be taken care of. So I think more than the defense deal, where a deal might not be announced per se, but a lot of movement forward would happen. A crucial announcement perhaps could be that India and Russia would decide to carry on their trade in their respective national currencies, and a mechanism to be found and announced by which the trade would be taken forward, essentially focusing on the economy aspect. So while by way of optics, it's a strong statement being made by India of its strategic autonomy and multi-alignment policy that we have followed of late. At the level of economy, it's about India really firming up its options in terms of the changing global situation, where a sanctions regime is really crippling options in terms of buying your oil. Remember, in the case of Iran also, those sanctions affected India's energy security, and now in the case of Russia, of course, the larger objective of bringing an end to the war somehow in Europe, so that there are positive spin-offs, not just for India, but for the rest of the world also. So all those things would be on the table. It's a very significant visit, as I mentioned, panning out. Vladimir Putin arriving in New Delhi for the first time after the launch of the Ukraine war, and first time since 2021. So in that sense, it's a very significant geopolitical and geostrategic event taking place in New Delhi, with all the world watching closely.
Yes, and Abhishek, before I let you go, just one short question for you, because, we put a focus on the high-profile defense deal. You spoke about this, but we're talking about defense deal, very high-profile ones, defense cooperation, S-400 and Sukhoi. Now, that is something to watch out for, Abhishek.
Well, you see, the Sukhoi 57 is, let's talk about that first. It's a fifth-generation aircraft, and the Russians are very keen that they outsmart the Americans insofar as the fifth-generation fighter aircrafts are concerned. So they are willing for technology transfer also. Now, India has two options. One is F-35s, which the Americans have offered, and Su-57 being offered by the Russians, with a difference that in the case of Americans, A, it's very expensive, and B, there is very limited or no technology transfer, while in the case of Russians, the option of technology transfer, tremendous amount of technology transfer, about which Peskov, Kremlin spokesperson, spoke yesterday in that press conference, that option is there. Apart from the fact, of course, that given the fact that Indian defense war machine essentially is of Russian vintage, with a legacy going back 50, 60, 70 years. In that sense, most of our manpower is trained on a Russian war machine, from the MiGs to Sukhois. So it would essentially amount just an upgrade, not only in terms of manufacturing, but also in terms of training, maintenance, etc. So that smooth glide path is there in case a decision is taken on Sukhoi 57s. Similarly, in the case of S-400, the platform really proved its tremendous utility and success in Operation Sindoor, and more of it is an order for more of it is in the pipeline, but obviously it depends on whether the Russians can really deliver and meet the timelines, because the earlier order still is pending. Of the five batteries that were ordered, two still remain undelivered. So in that sense, I think it's going to be very important on the defense side, but the larger relationship, we should not lose sight of that. And all eyes, as I said, over the next 2 days on President Putin arriving in New Delhi and spending 1.5 days in meetings with Prime Minister Modi and delegation level talks, and of course the state banquet and meeting the president also.
Yeah, that is right, Abhishek. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. And like Abhishek told us, all eyes on that meet. The entire world will be watching as Modi and Putin shake hands. A handshake will be something to watch out for. Big deals on the table. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Vladimir Putin to be in India by tomorrow. All eyes on that meet. Guard of honor to be accorded to Vladimir Putin. Stay tuned.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in Exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available technology while building our own industrial base. When Western Command leadership validated that Kharga Corp can launch high-speed armored attacks across rivers, forests and cities in all kinds of combat conditions, it was more than just approval, but confirmation that plans on paper have become
Day 3 of Parliament winter session begins on stormy note. Opposition holds protests against new labour laws at Bakardwar.
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था मेरे बहन भाई.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh slams Nehru claims Nehru wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remark a lie. Row over Congress's AI video on Prime Minister Modi. BJP calls out opposition, claiming it as a cheap tactic. Major speculation over Jharkhand CM's meet with PM. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on December 4th. Chorus for DK Shivakumar as Karnataka CM grows. DKS supporters Gherao KC Venugopal at Bengaluru airport. Telangana CM Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deity sparks huge controversy. BJP heads back. Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Okay, getting some big updates coming in. BJP Organization General Secretary B.R. Santosh has arrived at the Parliament House, viewers. Huge update coming in. And we see that BJP President JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah and Organization General Secretary B.R. Santosh are meeting with the Prime Minister. So a key meeting taking place. We just told our viewers a short while back that there's a key meeting which is happening. There was a meeting happening between JP Nadda, Prime Minister Modi. In fact, we have with us Rakshita, who's joining us live. Rakshita live from Vijay Chowk. Rakshita, we had told our viewers it's a very important meeting happening earlier, and now there are more leaders at a very important meeting which is taking place. If you could help our viewers understand what is this about? Is this for the new BJP president, or there's a lot more on the agenda?
Well, it's been it's a long pending decision, Shivangi, for electing the next BJP president. But there has been, JP Nadda has been at the helm of affairs since January 2020. He has got many extensions. His term had officially ended last year itself, but his term has seen many extensions because of the electoral battles the party had been engaged with, especially the national elections, the Lok Sabha elections, and also the state elections that had very quickly followed. And henceforth, the party could not, get much of time, because it will be, a lot of energy and time that will be spent. And there will be, of course, the party has been very, very clear that there should be uniformity and the leadership should be consistent. So they went ahead with JP Nadda. Now, what we understand is that via this meeting, there will be some, there are some names that are already doing the rounds, but the final decision could be coming in the next few weeks. Remember, UP BJP president, the state president for UP has also been decided. There was a meeting on Monday between RSS leaders, RSS national coordinator also, and BJP leaders, top brass. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister, also was part of those meetings that have been going on. So the name is set, hasn't not been revealed, but this week we understand the UP president could be announced. And after that, there was some brainstorming on the national president in the same meeting, what we understand as per our sources. So there could be a decision coming in as to who will be the next president of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The meeting for the same is right now underway. As per the BJP's constitution, there's a very strict procedure that has to be followed. But as I said, because of the back-to-back elections, there were names, and that had been, of course, causing a lot of curiosity amongst the ranks, also, and anxiety among the ranks as well. But it seems that everything is going to be settled very, very soon. By January 2026, officially, we understand that there could be a new BJP president, national president for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right, Rakshita, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to more breaking news that we are getting in. Again, this is in regard with the Prime Minister's meeting with the Bengal MPs. Now remember, this is a very crucial meeting that's held inside the Parliament complex. The Prime Minister has met all the leaders, all the Bengal Member of Parliaments, and he has in fact met the BJP members as well to discuss the preparations for the upcoming 2026 elections. The Prime Minister will also discuss the law and order in the state, saying that there are incidents of assault on MPs such as Jagan Murmu must also be highlighted effectively so that people understand the violence that has been attributed by the TMC. That's the big breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, that we have coming in. Rakshita continues to stay live with me on the broadcast. On that note, Rakshita, a very crucial meet that was held by the Prime Minister. Exclusive pictures on Republic right now. It seems like the next agenda on BJP's mind is going to be Bengal after Bihar has been conquered.